Here.
You, Councilmember Landgraf.
Here.
Council members, can we have the Pledge of Allegiance and Councilmember Silva?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Council members, do you have any amendments or changes to this agenda?
I have none.
I have none, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have none. Move for approval.
Second.
All those, motion and a second, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Next is item 5, approval of the minutes for September 10th, 2013, regular meeting. Council members, do you have any changes or amendments to those minutes?
I have none. None, Mr. Mayor.
None. Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and a second, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Next, we will go to the Citizens Forum. Is there anyone wishing to speak under the Citizens Forum?
Can I sit here?
Yes, and if you could just state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Gaia Micah, and I'm here as a representative of a group in Taos called UNM-Taos, and we're working for a full transition to renewable energy in Taos County in north central New Mexico. And the reason I'm here is to ask you, the council, to put our resolution on your next agenda. We have a resolution that we're asking the county and the town and the Pueblo and other bodies in north central New Mexico to consider, which would involve committing to a transition to renewable energy, which we think would be very, very good for the economy of north central New Mexico, as well as good for the health of the people of north central New Mexico. So that's why I'm here. I think, Councilman Silver, you know about this resolution because we introduced it at the Intergovernmental Council. But I just wanted to make sure that we actually got on your agenda so that we could have a full discussion of the resolution. So that's what I'm here to ask for. And I do have a copy for each of you if you would like. Is that a good idea?
Sure. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman, at the IGC, I invited them to come forward, and I thought this was a great idea to at least get set up if they didn't get on this agenda, so we can get on the next one. So I'm glad they're here.
All right. Oscar, if you could meet with Oscar and get on our next council meeting agenda.
Yes, I'll take it. Thank you. Yes, I got John Bustor's number as well. So,
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on the... Let me go in order real quick, and the gentleman right here. Yeah, let me get to him. We'll go in order real quick. And you could stay there, sir. And if you just state your name for the record.
My name is Shay Moon. Good evening, council members. I am a junior over at Taos High School. I'm the junior class president. I come to you with my class sponsor, along with a fellow class representative. And we have a proposal for the council upon the recommendation of the mayor, is that we can use the Baton Hall space for the Taos High School prom yet again. We've done that in years past. I understand that there's some sort of transition in who has control over Baton Hall. I was told that a council approval of the proposal would be adequate for having the event there. In years past, we've done the Taos High School prom at Baton Hall without any major incident, and we are prepared to provide security for the event. And the tentative date of the event is April 26th. But I asked for your approval for us to hold the prom yet again at the Baton Hall space.
Oscar, can we get that on the agenda? And I guess it would be more with concerns as to what we've already set forth with regards to the convention center. Can you just enlighten the listening audience with that?
Yes, sir. It just turns out that this conversation now got a little wider, and you'll hear about it a little later in the agenda when we hear a presentation from the University of New Mexico. So what I have to do is consult with them as well, based on the plans that they have here. If we can keep that open, be glad to do it. It won't be a problem at all. But it's just that we're working with somebody on the use of those facilities right now, and we'll see if it's available. I guess we'll ask them when they come up.
Yeah, I appreciate your consideration.
Thanks.
Thank you. And I'll turn the meeting over to our mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I apologize, members of the council. I was doing a presentation for the Beta water adjudication stakeholders across the street there, so told them that I had to excuse myself. On that issue, Oscar, I have spoken with UNM, and there may be a possibility as part of their plan, their phased plan, that there may be a possibility to use it this year. We still kind of premature yet. We have to look at what their proposal has, and but we'll keep in touch with you. Okay. Who's next on the citizen forum? Sir, welcome. Welcome to our meeting. Please state your name for the record.
Gentlemen of the council, I appreciate you allowing me to speak here this evening. My name is William L. Mansker, PhD. I'm an environmental consultant, and I've been doing these such professional services for over 30 years. And I'm here prior to the last meeting. I believe I sent to the council may have been by email, it may have been by regular mail, my concerns regarding operation of the Town of Taos wastewater treatment plant was part one. Part two was comments on the pending Taos Town Resolution 1341. And I have comments to make on both of those, and I would first like to inquire if the council has seen this, because it was sent out in September the 21st.
Is that the resolution, Oscar?
I can't see from here what it is
Here,
that you're
I can
referring
give you a
to.
copy. And these comments were to precede the then pending Resolution 13-41, and I believe it was tabled at the last council meeting, September 10 or thereabout, or last, well, at least that resolution has not come up before the council,
Right.
and it is supposed to come up before the council tonight.
Yes.
Okay, so I have comments on that I can make now, or I can make at the time that it comes up if you'd prefer.
Sure, it'd probably be better if we'll allow, it's not a public hearing, but we will allow input from individuals that it affects.
Now or later?
Later. We'll allow that discussion later. I think it'd be more appropriate, or you could make them now if you'd like, but I think it's more
Well, no, I
appropriate
can make
during-
them later.
Yeah,
I'll make
okay.
them when it's brought up,
Okay,
so.
we can do that. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak under citizens forum not related to this subject, or do you want to, it's up to you if you want to speak now or at the other portion. Welcome to our meeting, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Steve Rael, owner of SNR. I'm here. I'll speak out of my heart how I feel. Disappointed because we've been working. I worked with Oscar. I've worked with you, Mayor, towards this resolution. It's been something that the operation that has been given to the septic haulers has no rules, no regulations, have been given 24/7 operation. So I've been working, trying to work something that would be legal to the Town of Taos operation, the top operation they have right now. I see that every department has rules and regulations to follow. But I see that, I know when Mayor Peralta was mayor, he brought in the septic haulers to help the community. But what has troubled me, that for probably close to 20 years now, they have been operating as their own managers. 24/7, no rules and regulations have applied to them. And it has hurt my business quite a bit. I finally decided to start dumping at the wastewater treatment plant. I discovered many things. I said, why is it that I bid a certain system at a certain price, and I have an underbidder? It didn't take me much than one day that I was there dumping to find out that these septic haulers, even including me if I wanted to, can dump free. There's a way of cheating the system. If you want to just back up and dump your load, nobody's watching, you can dump free. All you have to do is move a lever. But the reason I'm here is I feel that it's been a little bit too long that they have been operating an operation that I feel, in my opinion, is an illegal operation. And I'm here to ask here, there was put a table here to cancel the discussion today. And I'm asking for that to be open, because there's no rules, no regulations, nothing's applied. I went all the way to Albuquerque today. I picked up my environmental consultant. I drove him all the way here. 2.5 hours before I got here, they told me they were going to table the resolution. I'm real disgusted with that. I spent a lot of money, spoken to my attorneys, and all I'm asking is that they abide by the law of the government of Taos. That's it.
Just for the record, Mr. Rail, I'm not sure if that's going to be a recommendation from staff, but still the council has, no decision has been made on the resolution at this point.
Okay, I'm just worried. The way I see things now, why isn't nobody has stepped forward to stop this operation? This operation is an operation where I've spoken to French quite a bit, and I was talking to Amos before that. What I was telling him is 98% of the septage is outside the county. But yet, when they bring it over there, there's nobody checking anything. There's no fencing. There's a camera that's not even working today. It's Homeland Security was sure wouldn't like the idea of that camera. The safety, if somebody wanted to back up and put some type of chemical to destroy the plant, all they have to do is back up. No fencing. There's a hole. They can drop it, and that's the end of the plant. But I'll continue on the next meeting, but I'm just hoping that something takes place to protect the wastewater treatment plant.
And I think that's what this resolution is intending to do.
Yeah.
Is get to that point.
Yeah, I saw the resolution, and I think it's something that's following the government rules and regulations. I went as far as going all the way to Santa Fe and getting their rules and regulations of their wastewater treatment plant to give them an idea how they operate. And hopefully it'll fall into place.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Can I finish my 5 minutes?
Sure. Did you? Yeah. Did you want to leave?
Steve was the lead.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Rael was a lead into what I was going to do in the rest of my presentation, so whatever remains of my time limit, I would feel like I should address these things pretty quickly. I won't go into detail because Oscar has a copy of this. He can pass copies around. My concerns regarding the wastewater treatment plant operations. I have a question. Is the operation of the treatment plant in full compliance with existing state and federal regulations and guidelines? I don't know if you can tell me that now, but this is a concern that I have. This list of things are my concerns. And I should preface this with I'm not totally familiar with the way the treatment plant operates, but I have had a meeting out there with some of the main persons back in September, and we looked at some of the dump facilities there where the haulers dump. Does the treatment plant have adequate controls in place to monitor, detect, and protect against illegal dumping of septic loads that may intentionally or unintentionally contain hazardous substances or substances that may be injurious to the plant, to pumpers, to plant personnel, to the public, or to the environment? Are all pumpers current with required state, local, federal training, certifications? And are all pumpers and plant personnel in compliance with OSHA 1910.120 hazardous waste operations training requirements? Does the wastewater treatment plant operator conduct periodic random spot or, as indicated, laboratory analyses of selected pumper loads to detect possible hazardous or illegal substances in mixed loads? It's my understanding that the receiving system only monitors pH and conductance of fluids, and it does nothing on the analytical contents or the chemical contents. Does the wastewater treatment plant operator actively monitor, record, or otherwise control site access or ingress by pumpers or others during off-hour time periods when the plant personnel are not present? Is the treatment plant design and security adequate to prevent incidental access by certain biologic vectors? Is the wastewater treatment plant design adequate to prevent ingress of persons with an intent to damage the system, make it inoperable, or endanger plant personnel, public health, or the environment? Only two more. Does the treatment plant site operation incorporate and enforce a written spill prevention control and countermeasures plan, stormwater pollution prevention plan? And on the last item, I think you do have an NPDES permit, but I don't know that the plant is in full compliance with that permit. How often are samples of the treatment plant outfall collected, analyzed, and reported? What analyses are stipulated for laboratory analysis? That's really all of the comments that I had in this publication or document that I left for you, but I do have a few follow-up comments on pending Resolution 13-41. I have read the most recent version, and I have the preceding version of that, and I have no primary issues with the resolution as the way it is written. I understand there may be others that do. I would only contend that the regulations and the resolution should adequately address the possibility of dumping of mixed waste that may contain items of content that are not acceptable at the waste treatment plant. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, real quick, just with so we don't waste anyone's time, is there a reason why staff would be wanting to table?
I'm not sure.
Yes, sir. When this item comes up, I'm going to recommend that the council hear the testimony and that we comply with the request that we got today, just this afternoon, by 3 of the 4 septic haulers in the community who asked for more time to just so that they could have more time to study what's on the table here. They've had time to review it, but they've asked for more time, and so they've asked for this item then to be considered again at the next council meeting so that they could have that time, and so that's the request we're passing on. We think that's reasonable. We have been working on this item now. Gosh, well, I know Mr. Rael has been working on this for years, but at least since I've been here, they've kept this on our radar quite brightly now for almost a year, and I think at the very end, then for it to be passed with the complaint by some of the people who are affected by this, that they didn't have a chance to review it all, I think doesn't do justice to the work that
well,
we
from
put into it.
what you presented, I'd like to ask a couple of questions then.
Or maybe when the item comes up.
I think when the
that'd be
item
more-
comes up,
Yeah,
it'd be more
that'd be
appropriate
better, yeah.
because
When the item comes up?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back.
that'd
Thank
be
you.
better. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to speak under the citizen forum? Sir, welcome to our meeting. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Paul Figueroa. I'm the Vice President of the Taos Arts Council. I'm here tonight to extend an invitation to you, Mr. Mayor, and the council members for your next exhibition at Town Hall.
Thank you.
For the past year, I've coordinated the exhibitions at Town Hall, and I want to thank the town for the space for art in a public facility. And I also want to acknowledge and thank the staff there for their positive comments while the shows are on view. And the reception is this Friday. If you're unable to attend, this exhibition will be on view through the holidays. This is your fall show at Town Hall. And on behalf of the Taos Arts Council and the Taos Artist Organization, the group that we're featuring. We thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember
Paul,
Gonzalez?
with regards to the art show, I want to say that it's a really, really nice show. And every time I'm in town hall for whatever reason, whether I'm there to pick up mail or to meet with the manager, I always see people, whether it's a couple or just one individual, just browsing through the art. So I know that people, see it, they view it. So I'm glad to see this, and I'll make sure that I mark my calendar to attend.
I appreciate it.
This is one of the better ones that I've seen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your hard work and your staff. Thank you. Anyone else under the Citizens Forum like to speak? Sir? Welcome to our meeting. Please state your name for the record.
Stevens Hall. Good evening. This council will consider later in this meeting a resolution regarding proposed annexations presented before a meeting of the State Municipal Boundary Commission held in Taos last May 23rd. At that meeting, it was, without equivocation and without question, clearly demonstrated in sworn testimony that neither the town nor the Department of Finance and Administration had complied with the provision of state statutes regarding annexations, among which requirements are that a petition and supporting maps and documents be submitted to the Department of Finance and Administration, that legal notice of the scheduled Municipal Boundary Commission meeting be published, and that the petition and supporting maps and documents be made available to the public for review. The legal notice in the name of the Department of Finance and Administration, Local Government Division, published in the Albuquerque Journal 15, April 2013, states, quote, information on a map pertaining to the areas to be considered are available at Town of Taos Clerk's Office, the Library, and the Department of Public Works. There is not a word of truth in that sentence, not a word. It is false in its entirety. I went to each of those locations in the afternoon of the day prior to the meeting. None of the information indicated was available in the clerk's office, the library, or public works. As of the day of the Boundary Commission meeting, approximately 2 weeks prior to the scheduled Boundary Commission meeting, I requested of DFA a copy of the town's petition, map, and supporting documents, all required by statute, to be filed with DFA. DFA's response was that they were not in receipt of such records, and they would hold my request in an open status pending receipt of such records. Only after the conclusion of the Boundary Commission meeting did DFA notify me they were in receipt of the records I requested. Such actions can only be described as flagrant violations of law and propriety. The February 2012 meeting of the Boundary Commission in Taos was rescheduled because of defective notice requirements. In a 22 May 2012 email from Assistant Attorney General Mark Reynolds to Frank Bond, Municipal Boundary Commission Chair, and to John Gallegos of DFA regarding the February 2012 meeting, Mr. Reynolds writes, and I quote, while we could defend a meeting occurring 17 days rather than the required 20 after the last newspaper publication as being in, quote, substantial compliance, unquote, with the law and being harmless error, there's no doubt it's an appeal point that could be valid grounds to overturn the Commission's decision. If, in the eyes of an Assistant Attorney General, that defect, quote, could be valid grounds to overturn, is not outright disregard for law and statutory provisions, as demonstrated above in the lack of truth and honesty exhibited by both the town and state government through its Department of Finance and Administration, valid grounds not merely to overturn, but grounds for dismissal, prima facie, on its face, until this council representing this town and this community and the state government are in full compliance with the letter and spirit, again, both the letter and spirit of town ordinances and state statute, the only just, moral, and proper course of action is for this council and this town to ask once more for a hearing by the Boundary Commission, a hearing that could be and would be acknowledged as in full compliance with law and justice. If the Boundary Commission has accepted and approved the proposed annexations, it is unjust and wrong for this council, this town, to acquiesce in such action. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, that we are fully in compliance with this annexation. In fact, the Boundary Commission is appointed by the state, and they were represented by legal counsel from the Attorney General's office. So, anyone else like to speak under the Citizens Forum this time? Seeing none, we will close the Citizens Forum and go to the regular agenda. We have the consent agenda. There's only 3 items in the consent agenda. Councilmember Peralta?
No, there's 4.
Four items, I'm sorry. 4 items on the consent agenda. Item 7A, contract consideration approval of memorandum of agreement with the New Mexico Department of Transportation and Transit Railroad Division for $720,604.44. Item B, consideration and approval of memorandum of agreement with the Village of Taos Valley in the amount of $30,000 for transit services during the upcoming ski season. Item C, consideration and approval of Resolution 1353, budget adjustment requests for various funds. Item D, approval of contract for Stray Hearts Animal Shelter in the amount of $72,000, inclusive of GRT, to perform intake of and care of animals brought in by the Town of Taos Police Department Animal Control Officer. Council members?
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next, we'll go to item 8A, presentation from UNM-Taos. Welcome Executive Director Kate O'Neill and her staff will give a presentation regarding the repurposing of Rio Grande Hall and Baton Hall. As you know, the council has given direction to see what alternative uses are, including that of putting out an RFP. Based on the RFP, we did 2 RFPs, didn't really meet what the council's intent wanted to see. Haven't seen that. Met with UNM-Taos and they came up with some ideas that perhaps partnership with the town of Taos on the use of these buildings to promote education, higher education. So congratulations on your 10-year anniversary. I was there. It's really great to see such a successful organization, institution in our community. We need to build on that, and we're fortunate to have such leadership as yourselves at UNM-Taos that breaks records every year, I hear, in attendance. So congratulations and welcome to our meeting.
Thank you. Mayor Cordova, members of the council, Dr. Kate O'Neill, and I'm joined by our business manager, Mr. Mario Suazo. We're here to talk with you about Rio Grande Hall and Baton Hall. As the mayor indicated, we have been here at 114 and 115 Civic Plaza Drive for about 20 years. And tonight we'd like to discuss adding these 2 facilities to the downtown campus of UNM to build upon the familiar, accessible college presence in the center of town and to serve as an educational and workforce hub that will fully optimize the use of the downtown Taos facilities. Resources such as the Small Business Development Center, summer and weekend non-credit classes, workforce development, as well as academic courses make the proposed expansion of the downtown UNM-Taos campus a vital center for continuing growth of educational and economic development for the community. As the mayor mentioned, UNM-Taos marked 10 years as a branch campus in July, and we just held our anniversary celebration this past Friday with a great show of support from the community. We've been here as an educational center actually for 20 years, and at that time we started with about 250 students. In the fall of 2004, we had 1,121 students, and this fall we had 1,857 students. That is an increase of 66% in enrollment. Moreover, that increase has occurred steadily over time. So with each successive year, we were rising above the previous one. Not surprisingly, in 2010, we were cited in Community College Week as one of the 25 fastest growing community colleges in the country. So at the same time that we're experiencing this kind of enrollment growth, we have one of the lowest ratios of square footage per student in the state. We have several situations that are not optimal. For instance, we have 4 faculty to an office in certain situations. The UNM-Taos library is in a portable at the Clower campus, and our classrooms are utilized over 80% of capacity. That's the handout that I gave the members of the council. The industry standard is 60%. So I think you can see that, as I'm often fond of saying, the good news is we're growing and the bad news is we're growing. So with that, despite those constraints, we have nationally accredited programs in nursing, early childhood education. We offer over 300 courses a semester in everything from culinary arts to computer technology in both academic and career technical areas. We also work with 9 area high schools to offer dual credit early college courses and career pathways. Further, we contribute to the overall Taos economy with over 200 full and part-time employees. So I think many of you are aware of the contributions that we make to the community, but I just wanted to underscore that we would continue to have a presence at the Clower campus, but we could certainly use additional space downtown here, contiguous to 114 and 115, which we've been occupying, as I said, for 20 years. In particular, following a strong national trend, students are signing up more for science, technology, engineering, math, and healthcare courses. This includes lab sciences. And economic development requires improving workforce skills and certifications, which UNM-Taos continues to support as we improve and accelerate our capacity to add resources, specifically faculty programs and facilities. In summary, the proposed addition of Rio Grande and Matan Halls is a good fit for the town of Taos and for the college because we are governmental and educational entities in partnership for the good of the community. We intend to fully utilize both buildings for instructional and workforce purposes, and we will work with the town in every way possible. These buildings belong to the community, and we think they should remain assets of the community, and an expanded UNM-Taos presence downtown will ensure that this continues to be the case for some time to come. So with that, I thank you for your time, and more than ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Kate. I'm sure there's comments from the council, but I just want to, I think this is an excellent opportunity for the town and the council the town and UNM to really collaborate and make things happen. I think one of the biggest downfalls, if you will, being so remotely located is that being remotely located, and if you can have facilities at our hub, really I think will enhance what UNM-Taos is. And you mentioned the library here, and maybe there would be some type of partnership in collaborating, and perhaps just a thought, combining libraries. It's all, as you mentioned, it's one community. It's this is all taxpayer money.
Yeah.
But I know that you guys have funding for a library now, but maybe that could be some opportunities that can be explored as well. So I just think that it's all for the common good and for education. So, council members, thank you for your presentation.
Just want to say thank you for the presentation, because as I'm looking at the diagram of how you've foreseen to use the two facilities, it's extremely nice in knowing that it would, expand the services that you guys already offer. How does the main campus view UNM-Taos? And I'm always a huge supporter of UNM, as it's my alma mater. But at the same point, I'd like to see how UNM main campus is reaching out to, for example, UNM-Taos, in that, are you guys getting the adequate funding with regards to how things are operating here within Taos? I mean, your enrollment rates are phenomenal, and that you're growing is great, but I don't want it to be your problem either. Your biggest problem. With Adams State, just 70 miles north of here. What's the possibility of Taos seeing dormitory at some point and actually bringing in students from outside of the community as well, and expanding those services?
Yeah. Councilmember Gonzalez, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think to respond, main campus is working on a statewide funding formula, as are we, and we are looking at funding from the state level that would support both the mission of the research university in Albuquerque and the two-year sector. Certainly, we are in constant dialogue with them. I was just there Monday for a monthly cabinet meeting with President Frank, and so we continue to work with our legislators and with folks in Santa Fe to try and make sure that we continue to have the level of resources that we need, and that we're recognized for the kind of students we have and the kind of certificates and degrees that they're being awarded. In terms of Adams State, we are working with many area schools. Just this past Friday, for instance, we had 120 students here from 5 area schools in northern New Mexico for our Accelerate program in math in particular. So Highlands, Luna, Santa Fe Community College Northern, et cetera. And we do have some grants that we're collaborating with Adams State on. I think the dormitory question is something that we continue to look at in our overall strategic planning. And I think when I mentioned some of the workforce training and things, it's still under discussion. I think we've got a number of variables that we're trying to look at in terms of how we can continue to grow our student base and serve the community.
And by all means, please lean on me if there's anything you need, even if it's political pressure.
Thank you.
Please, by all means, lean on me. I'd love to see the campus grow to an area that our kids within this community have a hub to be here. And I sit on the Los Alamos National Labs Regional Coalition, and we see the STEM outreach with regards to science, engineering, math, and how vulnerable we are as a state that, less than probably 5% of native New Mexicans are employed at the national labs, yet they're in our backyard. Mm-hmm. And so anything we can do, even through the high school up into higher education, to foster that, core program and make sure that more of our local kids get opportunities at that without having to leave the state of New Mexico is always a good thing. So please lean on me.
Thank you.
At any time.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome Commissioner Chairman Baroni to our meeting. Commissioner, welcome. Welcome. Councilmember Silva and then Councilmember Peralta.
Just a comment. Thank you, Dr. Kate and Mr. Suazo, for your presentation. And I think that we all recognize that these two buildings have been underutilized for quite some time now. And that's the reason why this council took that action to move forward and put out an RFP. And thank you for responding to that. And I think that the utilization and using it by UNM-Taos will make for a good fit. It's good for the UNM, it's good for the town of Taos, and it's good for our constituents. And again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Silva. And just to clarify, we're basically, more than willing to move forward with discussions, with the staff, with the mayor and the council. We think that there's a real win-win possibility here. So appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Peralta.
Mr. Mayor, Dr. Neal, if you could give a little bit more of an idea of the reason that, for example, in your presentation here, that Rio Grande Hall works much better for you for the nursing program than your current facilities. I believe you're way under. I think if all your students stood on top of each other, you still wouldn't have enough room. And so what this provides for you is adequate space. And how does that work so that the audience here can understand the importance of using the space for that program?
Councilmember Peralta, I thank you for the question, and I'm going to ask Dr. Marty Hewlett to come up and address that briefly. But we have 4,500 square feet, and this would certainly expand on that as the preface to that. But Dr. Hewlett?
Sir, welcome to the meeting.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, either that or you can use the mic up here. You could use the mic as okay. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry.
Thank you, Kate, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us. The issue was the nursing program, as you asked, Councilmember Peralta. And our program right now is just barely able to maintain itself in the facilities we use across the street from Holy Cross Hospital, which we lease. And I say barely able to, meaning that they are very limited in terms of the number of square foot per student. We had it available to them to be accredited, but with a warning. And the warning from the accreditation committee was that they really needed more space to continue that program. We serve 16 students in the nursing program itself, along with our certified nurse assistant program, which trains something like 60 CNAs a year. And they are all cramped into a very tiny space and having literally to work around each other to get those programs maintained. So the plan that you see before you would give adequate space to both of those programs, along with our other allied health programs, including EMS and, as I said, CNA, community health workers, and others that are in the planning stage right now. I'm not sure if that helps answer your question.
It does, because what we're looking at here is an opportunity for UNM to expand its program in healthcare, which is one of the strongest economic drivers in the country right now. And so I think it's important for us to get on to that bandwagon, in a sense, or train going down the tracks, because I think that one of the things that UNM has done in its 20-year history here is showing itself as an economic driver to our community from two sides. One is educational opportunities to teach our our children how, or to acquire the skills they need to succeed in the workforce. But secondly, it's the money that it brings into the community for the teachers, the staff, and all the facilities and everything that goes along with it. And as you expand, that grows. And I think one of the things that Councilmember Gonzalez was talking about when we talk about dormitories is the ability not only to look at the over 5% population of the Taos County that's going to UNM, but in being able to increase that from other communities around us. And that then becomes another driver to us. And it also is something then that we can look at and use as a force when we're talking with main campus and others, such as the legislature and the governor, about the importance of education in the community and keeping it here and making it part of what makes the community grow and prosper.
Thank you. Thank you. And this nursing program only solidifies the reason why we have to really see what we can do with the crisis at Holy Cross Hospital and the layoffs. Because we're on the right track educational-wise, it's just providing that opportunity for jobs. We need to make sure that we work closely with it. Councilmember Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. O'Neill, staff members, thank you very much for your presentation. In looking at your proposed instructional space plan, it's a pretty well thought out, pretty well laid out plan, and it's excellent. If you look at the utilization rate right now, Baton Hall and Rio Grande Hall, it's probably less than 10%. With this plan, you're going to make it virtually 100%. So it only makes sense. Mr. Mayor, council members, manager, I would encourage all of us to let's keep going down this road and let's make it happen. Thank you.
Dr. O'Neill, are you looking for a lease at this time? Is that specifically what you're looking for?
Mayor Cordova, yes, I think if we can authorize staff to discuss the way forward, then I think we have some avenues that we can go down in terms of Mr. Suazo, Manager Rodriguez, because we have certain regulations in terms of UNM and things that we need to look at. But I'm confident that they can figure out the best way forward. So that would be the start. Yeah.
I would recommend that the council give direction to staff to enter into negotiations for a zero amount lease for the specific purpose of utilizing it for education with UNM, and move forward and bring it to our next council meeting, not the next one in 2 weeks, or the next one in 2 weeks.
Well, you got to go through some. Excuse me. You got to go through some approvals yourself, and so I guess really that's the only.
We will follow up as quickly as we can.
All right.
Yeah. Or to enter into a lease, even if it's a lease till we get to a final, because I'm not sure how we're going to have to, if that has to go through a public hearing. If it's a lease, I don't think so. We're not divesting the property. So anyway, let's work through the channels. If we can have council direction to do that, is that okay?
Absolutely.
Yes, please.
Yes. We'll bring back to you an action item at the earliest possible date. If that's the next council meeting or even a month from now, et cetera, we'll bring it to you as soon as we can get it together.
I believe we're looking at October 22nd, if we can do it by then, and if not, the next meeting after that.
Okay. And in this plan, just so, because I have the schools really calling me a lot, and of course UNM is our priority at this point, is that a possibility to utilize Baton Hall for this upcoming year?
Mayor and council, we will look at that. As I said, we'd be happy to work with the town however we can. My concern is that we might have construction or things that we need to have going on at that time. So honestly, I'd like to sit down and really look at the situation before we give you any kind of a firm answer and just see what would be involved with that. Okay. And with that, our intention is certainly to work with you however we can. But sure. I just want to make sure that we're considering everything that might be happening there.
Sure, that's fair enough. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As well. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Also acknowledge former Dean of Instruction, Mr. Gilroy. Thanks for being here. Okay, we'll go on to the next item. Briefing on item B, briefing on architectural research consultants, evaluation and recommendations to improve the town's efficiency processing business permits, building permits, and zoning permits. Martha, welcome.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, you directed staff back last winter to undertake a study of our processes. At that time, council had expressed a lot of concerns and with the performance of the planning department. And at that time, we just started to then reconstruct, if you will, the planning department. And so, as you know, there's been a lot of turnover there. We are starting virtually with total new staff. And so at the same time that we were doing that, we engaged Mr. Burstein, who's a veteran in these matters, to look at our processes from as an outsider, and then just to recommend to us the places where we stood to improve the most and get the biggest boost in efficiency. So we have those recommendations now, and here you go. I promise it's not going to be more than a 8-10 minute presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Steve Burstein with Architectural Research Consultants. Our firm and Jeff Condrey conducted a study and made, I think, a fair amount of progress since June of this year, working with Martha Perkins and with Oscar Rodriguez and other members of staff. We reviewed the town code. We evaluated trends in permitting activities, and I'll show you some of that information. We conducted various interviews with town staff, elected officials, including Councilor Peralta, Planning and Zoning Commission Chair, and development professionals in Taos. We identified and benchmarked peer communities' practices, and we have some recommendations for you. Let's see, which way do I go? Okay, I think I got it. So we have 22 recommendations that are drafted at this point, and we have not yet finalized them. We're still open for input. And we organized them into 3 categories. And as Oscar said, there's been concern about customer service and about the time that it takes, the efficiency to actually process business licenses, building permits, various kinds of zoning and subdivision permits that come through. So our first recommendation is to revise the department website, which I think is a good tool for residents in the community as well as for the planning customer desk, just to utilize it and or easily show information of what the permit requirements are. Then we've talked about enhancing the front counter customer services, having it all organized, probably completing the remodeling of that building or that office space. The application forms are somewhat varied and they're vintage and need to be updated. And I know that Ms. Perkins has identified much of the work that needs to be done in that area as well. There's been a lot of interest in electronic filing and other alternative permitting methods that may be more efficient, save time for applicants, particularly for simpler applications to come through. So that should be considered. The next one, number 5, is to establish the building permit capacity. And I know that the town council has been making progress and considering options and in hiring a building inspector. So progress has been made in that area. After that, the pre-application meeting process is a very important one to get, particularly for zoning or subdivision applications or annexations, any complex cases, getting the applicants well situated for successful applications. And we recommend working on the meetings format and just taking it very seriously how to conduct those meetings. Similarly, the development review team is an opportunity for all of the staff members to come together and again, for efficiency, try to, at one point, tell the applicants what they need to provide and provide recommendations. So that format, too, could be improved. Then we have clarification of the business license renewal. One of the issues is the fire department inspection, whether that's conducted at the renewal period or if it's simply waived. So that needs to be just simply refined in the statement. I keep doing this.
The next area, code and decision-making options. The first action, and it's number 9 in the presentation, is to eliminate the conditional use permit and special use permit preliminary public hearings requirement. There are now 2 public hearings that the Planning and Zoning Commission have to conduct for each of those applications. In addition, the Historic Preservation Certificate of Appropriateness and rezoning also has that kind of extra public hearing. So the recommendation is to eliminate it, and on a case-by-case basis, they can continue public hearings. And Ms. Perkins is working on that. I think it's in process at this time. We have a code procedures table that's probably not perfect, but we recommend it be codified. It's a good, simple place to look in one place how many public hearings you have and what the review process is. Similarly, we were asked to map some of the processes, and we created some flow charts, so they too could be good resources and could be published. The bigger activity would be to do a more comprehensive rewrite of the land use code. The town has adopted incrementally many amendments, and some, I think, very substantial amendments in recent years, but there's not a totally consistent format for the code, and some of the language, I think, could be simplified, and some of the processes simplified. Next, set timing performance standards for minor and major projects, and we'll show you an example later in this presentation. And finally, raising zoning permit fees should be considered. Going back. Okay, I'm sorry. So almost done with the recommendations. The administrative resources side is starting with to hire staff or arrange for contractual services so that the planning department can fully function. Strengthen caseload planning management leadership. That was stressed in some of the interviews that there's been turnover. There's been a need to kind of have at the helm one person who's really guiding how all of the process works. Then revamping the permit filing system. It needs to be, I think, updated and automated. Issuing regular reports on caseload activities, kind of getting a set of metrics of how many cases you have and giving you regular reports. And I think the town is now starting that. Staff training, P&Z training are important. And finally, again, the department office space, reorganizing it and completing the remodeling. So what I'd like to do is fairly quickly show you some of the information that we gathered. We worked with staff to look at all of the various procedures for business licenses, building permits, and particularly for the zoning side. And there are 33 procedures that we identified with various decision makers, reviewing agencies, public hearing requirements, and appeals. So we put it into a table. And I don't think we're done with it. I think we'll keep updating this. It's not quite complete yet. Looking at some of the activity that you've had, it was significantly higher in 2004 and kind of leveled off in 2009. This is building permits issued. We understand that the ETZ, the extraterritorial zone area, may be included in the early years, so that may be part of it. But I think it's consistent with the national recession as well, that you've gone down in the number of permits issued.
On that chart there, if you could go back to that chart there real quick.
Yes, sir.
I think in 2006 is where we, us and the county did away with the ETZ.
Yes.
So we see probably a lot of construction was going on in those areas. And I think that's where the sharp decline.
So maybe that is the...
Because you look at the rest of the graph, it's pretty consistent with the downward trend, but you saw that spike there in 2006. And that was one of the first orders of business that we did back in 2006.
Thank you. This table breaks out the building permit activity by types of permits issued, and the single largest category is commercial additions and alterations. Residential overall is still the, if you combine it for new and addition, the largest category. So it just gives you a little more detailed information. The permits valuation follows kind of similarly to the number of building permits issued.
And you can see that it too has been much lower post 2006. As the mayor pointed out, it's tracking in that same way. And it's gone up recently, though. I think 2013 is notable to have come up for the first 9 months up to over 7.2 million in total. And looking at it on a quarterly basis for permits for new private construction, we see that single family is the largest category with 95.3 million, multifamily 4.6, and non-residential 53 million overall, and it varies by, not by quarter, but by year, by category here. The permit fees that the town collects has also been fairly low for 2009 through 2011, and a little bit higher in 2012, and yet higher for the first 9 months of 2013. And the average valuation per building permit has increased since 2010, still lower than it had been, but it seems to be coming up some. And now just to compare a little with the state trends and with Los Alamos as well in Santa Fe, you've got kind of a peak period in 2006, and then with the national recession, the overall state number of permits went down significantly. This is just for residential, for new housing. And here's Santa Fe. It's showing kind of a similar trend line with much lower numbers, but they had some very low numbers. And this year is looking better, though. I think better than shown here. This same data for new housing units showing Los Alamos and Taos is basically following that same trend line with 2006, 2005 peaking and then coming down. And Los Alamos had a peak year, and that was due to...
I think that's an error.
An error.
Yeah.
When was the fire?
The fire was in 2000, and in 2010 we had a big hailstorm, so we had a lot of re-roofs and windows replacements and things like that, but I don't remember a bump in residential new permits, not like that. And I talked to staff, and they didn't have any explanation. So I think it's he obtained this data from UNM's BBER, the business, the better, what is it called?
Business,
Bureau of
Business and Economic Research.
Right.
Sorry.
So we think that that's an aberration.
Yeah, they do their best, but it's not always accurate. Looking at business licenses, you can see fairly steady, really, for new business licenses. 2013 should be comparable, looking at the first 9 months. In addition, you've got 1,200 business license renewals annually. And looking at zoning cases, there's quite a variety. The most common are the variance, followed by conditional use permit. Excuse me, special use permit is the largest, then variance, conditional use. And staff also processes various administrative approvals. We know of 7 between January and August. We did some process flow charts. The town manager asked us to map out some processes, and this is just the conditional use permit process. We did several others in the report, and it's showing a fairly complicated process, you might say, to get to the 2 public hearings of the P&Z, and then if it's appealed to council, then there's another hearing before your body. We are providing a kind of a recommendation, or at least for your consideration, a suggested performance standards, maximum duration and working days for completing that process. And as you'll see in the next slide, we're looking at a maximum of 25 working days from a complete application, or 45 if appealed to council.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a question for you on your first flow chart for the conditional use permit. From beginning to end, approximately how many days is there?
Councilor, I cannot answer that we were able to find a typical number of days from staff. I don't think they were keeping track of it exactly, so I wasn't able to get a specific.
Well, I'm just saying is that, for example, the day they made their application to the day that it was approved, how many days was that?
There's 60 in the preliminary and the final hearing alone.
Well, but that's after approval to have the hearing. So I'm just saying is that
Yeah.
I turn my application in today. Is it taking me a year to get it? Or is it taking me a year and a half to get it? Is it taking, and what I'm trying to look at here is saying, okay, if today the process takes you a year and a half to get a permit, and I'm hopefully exaggerating, and under your recommendations, would that be cut by 2/3, a third, or half, or maybe 2 days, or what is it?
Counselor, I'm going to direct your attention to slide 28 here, just to show you what we recommended. Unfortunately, we don't have the current number of days that it has taken staff in the past, to my knowledge.
I could provide you some information. The nature of this process is that, in essence, it is a new process. It's almost a discovery process every time. I can give you the case of anecdotally, one case of a development here in the historic district. It took them 90 days from beginning to end. And so potentially some of these things, by the recommendations he's making here, could cut it. If it came down to 25, it could cut it by 60%.
Right.
Yeah, but I also have heard anecdotally about cases that went almost a year, just because of stuff.
Well, I was
that
going to say, if you could get it done in 90 days, you were getting it done pretty damn fast. and so and so this is what you're looking at here is going from 90 days to what?
25.
No.
The recommendation for the conditional use permit is a total of 45 days if appealed to council, 25 if it only goes to the Planning and Zoning Commission. That may be unrealistic. I'm looking for feedback too, that maybe that's too aggressive, but it'd be fantastic, wouldn't it, to achieve that?
It's not too aggressive for me. I think, as I've mentioned before, I've always said this, everybody's sick of government will work as slow as you allow it and as fast as you push it. And this is making things happen. In real business, people get loans. Once they get approved, then they can proceed. They're paying interest on that loan for 90 days that it's taking them. They need to get construction done so that they can get it done in a timely manner. So the faster we can get processes done and the administrative so that they can get to work and provide those jobs, that's the better for us. So, and I know, Martha, we'll need to revamp our planning department where we have the staff to make those things happen because, it's clear that the economy is turning around and we're going to start seeing more building permits coming in. So I would like to see if we can close those windows as much as we can.
Right, and he also talked about the fact of bringing a lot more attention to the beginning of the process, making sure we have a complete application, getting staff internally to review that application as soon as possible, get back to the applicant so the applicant knows what to expect, and if there's any changes, they're made immediately so that we can go ahead and process that application for approval or denial.
Well, and I think with Mr. Mayor, with regards to the application process and the simplification of it, should we move to an online system? Much like when you order something online and you enter your credit card information, if it's not complete, it won't allow you to complete the transaction. So much like the checklist that's listed within the, of what's required to obtain the permit, if those criteria aren't met, those fields aren't filled in based on review, it would kick it out of the system and kind of leave the builder or the applicant up to facilitating and bringing in that necessary information. And I think for all areas of efficiency, and this is one of the biggest things that I hear complaints about in my industry, which is the construction industry, which is them saying that, it takes 4 or 5 visits just to find out exactly what, they're missing and what needs to be done. And just like the mayor said, 90 days is a process in which, if you have a note out upwards of $300,000, $400,000, with interest rates peaking where they are and moving on a daily basis, it tends to add up quickly. And if we're the cause of additional interest, it's a position I definitely don't like to be in as a city councilor, much less a businessman, when they start knocking on my door saying, what's happening at the city? So I think just for the ease of everything, to get all the processes in place, I'd support any way, any shape or form possible that we can make all the adjustments needed so that most of these applications, even for the smallest and most minimal stuff, would almost more be streamlined and they not even have to pay a visit to City Hall. That would be my ultimate goal, is to see a process where it runs through. Even their request for inspection could be done online. We're moving at an extremely quick rate in a technological world, and the one thing I think every builder that I've ever encountered in the last 2 years has in their hands is a smartphone. So, the more we can make their life easier, I'm sure the more our life will become easier as well.
Councilmember Peralta.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just looking at even in the process you have it, for the new process, you still have 3 public hearings.
I think we eliminated, there's a symbol that indicates elimination of the preliminary public hearing, a wastebasket. So it would come down to 1 public hearing if P&Z made the final decision. And then if amended, if appealed, it would go to the council at a public hearing.
Well, you have a staff hearing officer having a public hearing, and then you have your P&Z public hearing.
The staff schedules the public hearing, and then that would be before the planning.
Now, it says a hearing officer holding a public hearing to make recommendations to P&Z, and then after that you have another public hearing by the P&Z, which is 20 days later. So that's 40 days by itself.
Right. And
why do we have to have both of those?
We have not been using a hearing officer, and he has in the little green box of a hearing officer appointed. So those 20 days can be taken out.
Wait,
The
I'm
code
trying
allows
to
for
trying to look at this as the applicant, okay? And if I have a form that tells me, here is the procedures that you will have to go through to get your final approval, and in it has, at the 20th day from the time I make my application, I'm going to have a potential hearing from a hearing officer, and then I'm going to have to wait another 20 days to have the final hearing from the P&Z Commission. I'm looking at it from my perspective and saying, why do I have to have a hearing officer look at something and then have the P&Z look at it again? Why couldn't I have just the one hearing by the P&Z conducted by a hearing officer if you wanted to have somebody independent hold a hearing, but the commission actually doing the decision after the hearing?
Councilor, it is simply an option in the current code that allows for staff to have that extra step, and it sounds like it's very rarely been used. It certainly hasn't been used recently for the hearing officer to have that step. And I agree with you that it seldom, if ever, is needed. So, if you're letting a member of the public know that it's a possibility, I guess you would just have to tell them at that point that it's not going to happen. It's an option, but it would not be selected.
Okay. But give me a reason why you would want to do that. Just saying, I'm trying to figure out a way why, a reason why I want to have, in a sense, why I would need to have 2 hearings, one from a hearing officer and then another one from the Planning and Zoning Commission, if that was to happen. I just can't see that there's a need for that hearing officer hearing,
Right.
because it's up to the P&Z anyway to make a decision as to whether or not it's approved or not.
Right.
Before it can be appealed to the town council.
Right. This is one of the changes that we had talked about taking out. So he just needs to update it.
I'm just looking at saying, from my perspective,
right,
it's an added step that I don't see a reason for, that it could be combined. And if you want to have the P&Z have a hearing officer so that it becomes to control the meeting, that's fine, but it would still be the same hearing.
Yeah, we have not been utilizing the hearing officer option, so we just need to take it out. I agree with you. It's making it too complex. Our idea is to streamline this.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Some codes actually enable the hearing officer to supplant the Planning and Zoning Commission so that it's instead of. But here, it's extra. And one other thing, just to mention, the city of Aztec actually doesn't even have a Planning and Zoning Commission. Everything goes to the city commission. So that might be a streamlined process. I don't recommend it, but it's just
think so.
something that they've tried.
We stay long enough.
What you, Mr. Mayor, generally what you have here is a process that over the years was very interested in making sure that any decision like this was fully vetted and re-vetted, and hence the 2 hearings, which is unusual. The hearing officer, many places it's standard, but only on very special conditions. So, for example, if the staff sort of immediately rules against something, then there is sort of like an appeal process. It's kind of like an appeal step there, and that's done in order to expedite things. But what we have here is a process that over time made absolutely sure that everybody in the community who had any say had way ample time to and perhaps more than one opportunity to come forward and oppose something or get involved with the process. Obviously, the direction you're giving us, we're now going a very different direction. I just want to take note of that, and we're happy for that to happen. I'm very familiar with processes that are a lot more streamlined than this. And by the way, one thing I don't want to skip over the earlier recommendation that Mr. Burstein made earlier, and that is to eliminate a lot of the conditional use permits or a lot of things that even require this. In a lot of places, those things are either allowed or not allowed, period. And so as a result, you don't have to go through a lot of different sorts of processes. And I would ask the council to consider a new process whereby you outright say X is not allowed or X is definitely allowed, and so therefore few things have to go this process in terms of a conditional use. It is unusual. I mean, just by the experience I've had in other communities, it is unusual the many things that are considered a special use permit here. And typically, again, based on my experience, I would tell you typically a special uses start creeping into these processes because there is a doubt in the community whether that should be allowed or not, and so it's kind of punted to a process. Mm-hmm. So there's a process, and then there's a process for the special use, for the exemption.
Okay. Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Abita.
Thank you, Mayor Cordova. Martha and Steve, thank you for an excellent briefing. I think we're on the right track. You take your processes, you flowchart them, you determine the strengths, you determine the weaknesses. By determining the weaknesses, you can see where we need to improve them. And the ultimate goal being to streamline the process so that we can enable our applicants to succeed. I believe that 25 business days for a building permit is way too long. I think we're talking 25 business days, 5 weeks, actual 35 calendar days. It should be 15 business days. Why can't we get out an application, a building permit in 21 calendar days? 3 weeks. Sounds very fair.
I don't think this is a building permit. This is
Yeah, well, but just speaking in general terms, I mean, the idea of doing this is to improve the process, and we should always be looking for continuous improvement, but let's not set benchmarks that are too liberal and they're going to be a piece of cake to meet. Let's set some challenging benchmarks that we can meet and work hard to achieve, and ultimately, we're going to provide a better service to everybody.
Mayor, if I made 2 comments in response. One is that we're talking about a distinction between routine permits and, of course, many of the zoning permits, particularly if they're special uses that may not even really need to be special uses, are very routine and should be very quick. But complex cases, I just want to say that there are some cases that deliberation by the Planning and Zoning Commission and by council is fully appropriate, and it's going to take some time. So that's just, I think, to be understood.
So on a regular building permit that doesn't require a conditional use permit, what is the turnaround time?
I was told it was 2 to 3 days if everything's absolutely fine, but
yeah,
you know.
Currently, that's the standard we have with the county, and they're pretty much staying on track with that. But we were shooting for a maximum of 72 hours. You know.
And Mr. Mayor, I would argue that, we got a new planning director, you just got on board, but I would argue that in the last 8 years, it's pretty much been a hit and miss. And that's why we're here today, to fix it. So I'm not going to worry about the past. I'm worrying about where we're at today and where we need to go tomorrow to make it better for everybody. And that's the bottom line.
Yeah. Now, if I may, also in the recommendations, what he was talking about, and I want to just highlight this so everybody understands what we're talking about here. Alternative ways to get building permits. So if you've got a small building permit, and again, my experience is that that's the majority of the traffic that comes in. If you have a small building permit and we've got things set up, it could almost be instantaneous, and with certain caps, with certain limitations, et cetera, it can be done, perhaps, as fast as the person, fills out the paperwork, depending on what item that is. Again, I've shared with you some of my experience when I was a planning director of a much larger organization where I could do most of building permits, the usual stuff, which we calculated was about 80% of all the traffic. We could do that online, and the inspection kind of took place after the fact. And everyone was subject that if we violated what we said we were building, then we were subject to fines, et cetera. And we found compliance just shot up. But things got a lot faster. Customer satisfaction shot up as well. And I think we can do that here as well.
Councilmember Peralta.
Mr. Mayor, I think to clarify a little bit here is that what we're talking about here is when somebody comes in for a building permit or a remodeling or an addition, is that there's something else they need an approval on in order to get the building permit. Setback requirement, utilization of a water well or whatever it might be that provides them something a little bit outside the normal box. I think that we all agree that we need to get building permits that meet all the requirements out as quickly as possible. But we also need to be timely on providing a result to conditions that people have to meet, parking requirements commercially or whatever it might be, on a timely manner as well. And from my way of thinking, I've been in planning for a long time, but it's just, you should always be looking at how you can improve things, and I think that's what you're trying to do here, and I applaud you for that very much. And the idea here is that how can we make it easier for people to understand when they walk through the door the first time what the requirements are that they need to meet so that the application is complete as quickly as possible. And it's not like, well, I bring this in, oh, you missed this, oh, you missed that. Well, I didn't know I needed that. And that's what makes the flow quick, is that when the applicant brings stuff in, he already knows what he needs, and he's checked it off his list, and we should be 90% to 99% complete when that comes in, hopefully, or 99% of the time, 100% complete. So the process that it has to go through for the approvals, and that if that means a public hearing or whatever, that all of that can be happening in as quick amount of time as possible. And I think that's what we're looking for.
Councilor, if I may, it seems that in some cases the department is a little bit in disarray. You're reorganizing, so it's going to be important to get some of the building blocks in place, and many of the recommendations are just that. And I know that Martha will be working on that, but she'll probably need staff as well. 22 recommendations will take
certainly
either a long time or take some additional assistance. So I think you're right, though, that once everything's organized, then you should be able to be very efficient with routine.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments, questions?
I'll just share with you just one quick anecdote about the disarray. When I got here a couple of months, and hearing from the council, when you were selecting a new town manager, you told me this is one of the areas that you were most concerned about. And so it turns out, I've been a consultant as well, like Mr. Bernstein, and I tackled problems like this before, and I too went to gathered the staff and tried to map out what we did. And to my discovery, which helped me arrive at a quick diagnosis about where we were at, I couldn't get the staff themselves to identify what those processes were. In fact, I had everybody there from the planning department, and it was there that they were discovering themselves sort of, oh, that's what happens next. And the department had gotten to that point of disarray. And so what you're seeing with this then is the reorganization, the improvement, the finally turning the corner on how it's been in the past.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Thank you, Martha. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
for your
Mayor.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we will go to item B. Item C, consideration and possible approval of Resolution 1341, a resolution revisiting fees, policies, procedures, and regulations governing septic discharge at the Taos Valley Regional Wastewater Treatment Facility. Oscar.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, as I mentioned to you in the citizens communications part of the meeting, this is a resolution that we've been working on now, at least I've been working on now for a better part of a year. There's been a lot of negotiations, a lot of talk, a lot of input from Mr. Rael, who's been very patient, sort of repeating to us his concerns and explaining to us what it meant, et cetera. And with his consultant here explaining to us why it was important to take all these different sorts of steps. We also reached out to the rest of the community, to the rest of the people who are served by who are septic haulers, and took input from them as well. And so over the course of these discussions, we've come to a resolution that we think finally addresses all of the points substantially. And I'll just point out to you what those critical points are. And the main ones are a question, is a concern, a very valid concern, that there should be either someone present or there should be the technology in place such that we can monitor what people are dumping, when they're dumping, and who's dumping. And currently, just the way it's been operating for the past 20 years, I guess you've been here that long, is that people can go there at any time of the day and dump and sort of almost self-report, and which is not totally accurate, but can there's a lot of trust that we depend on, for people to just to be trustworthy in what they report and how things go there. And so over time, there were times, the staff reports to me, there were times that there were concerns that things that had gone on there that we were very concerned about. Well, since then, the town rebuilt the sewer treatment plant, and now we have a total new operation, more capacity, et cetera. And we took advantage of just this new fact to then rebuild the current ordinance. And so what we have what you see here, that what's different than the past, is that now there are hours. You can't just go there 24 hours. You've got to be there during the hours when there's someone present to do that. It also limits what you have here is also there's a limitation on how much you can dump, if you will, if you can. A lot of operations will go to one place and then vacuum out a septic system, and then go to the next place and vacuum out a second system, and then possibly, depending on the capacity, you could have many of them there, and then go at one time and dump. And Mr. Rael does that himself, kind of to prove the point, and we got the point, Mr. Rael. And so something could go wrong. I mean, God forbid, but say somebody collects sewage from a meth lab someplace that we don't know about, and all those chemicals go into the plant, and that could create a lot of havoc for us. And so what we have in place now are the mechanisms and the procedures to allow us to do that. So by not allowing people to collect all those different sorts of things. And then those are primarily the main concerns we have. There's other smaller ones here that really do mirror a best practice and what's established in other places. And so we want to recommend this. At the last minute, though, this afternoon, literally this afternoon, 3 of the 4 septic haulers in the community asked us to just hold off for at least 15 days or 14 days so that they could have time to consider this. And we think that's a reasonable request, given how such a big step we're taking here. I mean, for the first time first time ever, we are now regulating how people dump there and taking a lot more into account about what is actually dumped there. And so that would be a very big step, and we just want to make sure we get good cooperation with the haulers. They have some ideas. We want to consider those ideas. We'll make sure to share them with Mr. Rael here, et cetera. And so for that reason, we're recommending here that after we take, whatever the council's pleasure is, that we come back at the next council meeting on the 22nd, and at that point, vote on this item. But at this point, yes, sir, we are recommending the ordinance that you have in front of you.
Roberto?
Mayor Oscar, Mike, I have a couple of questions. One is, as the hauler comes into the sewage treatment plant and dumps, will we have somebody there to watch them, let them open up their gate?
Yes, sir.
And disload, and so they'll be there while they're there?
Yes, sir. They will only be allowed to dump when there's somebody there.
With them?
With them.
Okay,
yes.
because that's not in...
Well, that's what the hours are all.
Okay, but it doesn't say that it'll be manned hours. It just says there'll be the hours basically that the gate could be open. I'm playing devil's advocate here just a little bit.
Yes, sir. No, we can make that clear, but the intention is that they're there doing staff when there's staff hours, so that precisely someone can be there and be able to supervise that.
Okay. And then the other question along those same lines, and that goes to comment that Steve made, and is that will they be required to deliver a log as to where that load came from, or loads, if it's a multiple load?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, because I don't see that in the requirements as well.
There's going to be there's a process here for disclosure, but what the ordinance does not allow is for you to combine the loads. I mean, what's the policy? So there's only be one load. Now that is burdensome for some of the smaller haulers, that they would have to make sort of one vacuum, one dump. But if what we're concerned about here is the safety and the proper operation of the plant, then that's what you do. By the way, that is not an unusual practice. That is in fact common practice. That's what's required in Santa Fe. And so the idea that if somebody brings in a bad load and it shocks the system, we'll know where to go to.
And I'm just saying is that, that when they come in and they open the gate for them, they present them with a paper saying where the load came from, location, that sort of thing, the person that they were unloading.
Yes, sir.
For. So I'm just saying that way, if something is dumped, you have a better opportunity to trace it back to the location, or if it's illegal, you find out that quickly it's illegal.
Yes, sir. Exactly. And as you can imagine, processes and technologies and I guess new threats will change over time, and we'll just be adjusting our declaration statements, I guess, to adjust to those new sorts of threats or new technologies. Now, I've mentioned to some of you over the year that really truly a better solution here would be, and the one that we would have hoped. We know at this point it's very hard to attain. Just simply because we have to meet a lot of permits, and that is that there be a discharge point way further upstream of the network, and not at the plant. At the plant is not the best place to have this, but that's the practice, and that's the best we can offer at this point. As I understand, there used to be such a place at Public Works, and I guess the neighbors complained there so much that it was finally removed over to the sewer treatment plant. And so the better option would be someplace upstream. And at this point, we don't have any takers. We have shopped this idea around with some of our neighbors, both the Pueblo, El Prado, and other places. And at this point, we don't have any. There have been no takers. No takers.
Oscar, is there a law on that load limit? Because there's some trucks that can carry 4,000 gallons, and let's say rental units, they may have holding tanks. For whatever reason, and they may want to discharge 2 of their 1,000-gallon tanks. Now that person will have to go make 2 trips.
Yes.
Can I speak?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Is it a law?
I'll just speak a little bit.
No, there's no law. There's no law that limits how much you can dump at a time. It's a matter of capacity of the plant receiving it. Now, the law that we have to abide is our permit, and so we need to make sure it doesn't upset our treatment process such that we violate our discharge permit. And so, the haulers come in. I mean, they don't care, but we do. And so, for example, Mr. Rael here has the largest system in the county.
world.
Well, you see it driving around. It's like 4,500 gallons, and so we have our system is such that if we have a couple of those come at the same time, yeah, it could shock our system. Our plant is not so big that it would take 9,000 gallons of raw sewage, depending on the conditions, all the time. No.
I just thank you all for being able to listen to me. Mr. Peralta hit in some real good points there. The discussion here is what happens when you mix loads together. What I did is I went to the Santa Fe wastewater treatment plant, and I got all their rules and regulations and gave them to Francisco. And I really enjoy working with Francisco. I think he's really done a lot to try to get it into compliance. But what happens is when you mix loads, okay, say that you get 3 customers, or say I take 4 customers. I go out there and get somebody that's a painter, somebody that's dropped a bunch of paints and stuff like that. So when I go over there and I dump, and something happens to the plant, well, there's no trace because there's 4 customers. Which of the 4 customers it was? Up in Santa Fe, I visit with their plant. They stand and they smell, and they only allow 1 tank. So if there's something illegal being dumped, it can be traced and it can even be taken back. It's a serious thing because you can be taken to court and they can be fined greatly for dropping certain items that they shouldn't drop. And as I was talking to French and Anthony, which I've been working with them real good, they've been really good to me. And I've been explaining the importance of protecting the wastewater treatment plant. That it's protecting the community, it's protecting our waters. It's really something important that should have been implemented a long time ago. I guess I'm over here and I'm asking to hear it out and to vote today. For the reason is, I'll have 3 different things to say. Number 1, right now, it's been operating without a variance. And I guess I would ask the council here, can they operate without a variance? Can they operate with? Number 2, which has really bothered me, that there has been no rules and regulations applied to the septic haulers. Right now, today, there is no fence. The camera's not working. They're able to dump 24/7. Somebody right now can back up right now and dump whatever they want. It's almost like telling you is, I can speed through town 90 miles an hour and I can't get a ticket because the law does not apply to me. And you, as counselors here, who I really respect very much, you have all authority to implement this resolution today. Due to that there's no rules and regulations, either that or shut it down till you get a resolution and the law applies to the septic haulers. It's a serious item. It's like, every department that I've seen has hours like from 8 to 4. I'm seeing that the UNM-Taos is willing to open there on Saturdays for them, maybe Sundays also. But what I'm seeing is that why has this operation continued and nobody has done anything about it? That's my question.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recently the town of Taos went to a great expense and spend at least $10 million to upgrade our sewage treatment plant. It's a regional plant. It accepts waste from the Pueblo, El Prado, El Valle de los Ranchos, and of course the town of Taos. And anybody who is in a high water table area and is in close proximity to the sewer lines. And in that upgrade, accommodations were made for these septic haulers, and that was the whole reason to do this. In fact, there was some headerworks that were installed for the acceptance of sewage waste. And we got to remember that these people who have septics and are not hooked up to community sewer still are constituents. They still need a service, and that's what this is, how this was set up to work. Right. So I think it would be unfair to cut, number one, several businesses from being able to prohibit dumping there because they're not going to have any place else to dump, and of course the constituent or the resident. And what are they going to do if they have a need to get rid of their waste and they don't have no place to haul it? What are we going to do? Haul it to Taos Valley, haul it to Red River, Espanola? It's not feasible. This system was upgraded to accommodate this, and so I'm not sure I follow.
I guess it's completely two issues that are being discussed. I'm not asking you to deny anybody, and there is a separation of receiving wastewater through a sewer line than from a septic tank. I'm not saying deny it. It's what I've been saying all this time to Oscar, French, and Anthony is abide by the law. Don't bend the law. Abide by the law. There's rules and regulations that the town of Taos follows, but these rules and regulations are not applied to the septic haulers. When you have a place where they can dump 24/7, that's not following the rules and regulations. That's bending over for them. So what I'm asking, and I've asked for a long time, is that they just follow the rules and regulations of the town of Taos. I'll give you an example why it's so important. This is about protecting the wastewater treatment plant. This isn't about bringing anybody to dump. 98% or maybe 99% of the waste comes from outside of the county. And I spoke to French, Anthony, and I told him, you don't have no control of what comes from the county. No control. From grease traps to whatever they're dropping in. But I told him where you do have control is at the wastewater treatment plant to monitor and check them. That's what I wanted to say. I just feel that you're the council members and you could do something right now to protect the wastewater treatment plant and implement I don't know how it can continue where they have this favoritism to be able to do 24/7 and just dump and nobody monitoring. Right now, it's happening right now. There is nothing to stop them right now. I was there, and I felt a lot of things were told to me that were not told right, but when I started dumping at the town of Taos, I found out there was a lot of things that I found out why they were able to undercut me on my prices. I mean, right now they have a card system. If they don't want to use the card, guess what? They can still dump, and they're not monitored. They're not caught. All they have to do is open a valve and dump there, and that's it. And I feel strongly that that's what's been happening. And all I'm asking now, I'm not saying stop them from, I'm not denying Taos needs these septic haulers. But they also need to protect the wastewater treatment plant, protect our waters. Somebody can back up, somebody can dump diesel, they can dump any type of chemical in their fuel, anything. Right now, today, without putting that card, they can dump right now as we're speaking and destroy the plant. All I'm asking is
one more question.
Some rules and regulations to apply.
Councilmember Silva.
One comment, and I agree. There's got to be some accountability and make sure that those septic haulers are not illegally dumping anything else other than what they're supposed to be. But I have a question for staff. How many violations has the town of Taos been in with regards to the regional waste plant? And,
we have Anthony Martinez in the audience who can answer that more precisely. But I've asked that question as well, and as I understand, we've had no substantial violations, Mr. Martinez?
In terms of what violations we...
Well, any illegal dumping of any chemicals, diesel, or anything that Mr.
Let's stand on the podium,
Well,
Mr. Martinez.
or violation of our permit.
No, we have not had any violations of heavy metals or pesticides or any of that stuff per the MPDS permit.
And how well is the plant able to take the shock when you get several loads coming at one time?
Fortunately, with the new MBR plant, it can substantiate quite a bit of it. But unfortunately, when we get that big of a slug, EPA, I have some numbers from EPA. For about 1,000-gallon tank, it's equivalent to 35,000 gallons of raw sewage. So it is a big slug that would affect the treatment of the plant. And there's some things that are going to be a pass-through, like the pesticides and stuff like that. So it is a pass-through, and if Mr. Rael, a hauler himself, he picks that up, it'll go right through the system, and it would pass through our system in that sense.
And there's no way to really keep any other homeowner who is actually hooked up to the system from passing through something like a pesticide, right?
No, sir.
But you've been able to handle any shock or anything else without violating your permit.
That's correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
So I think what my concern that I have is how is it going to affect our constituents that have the service? I agree fully that we need to be in compliance, that we need to monitor it, that it has to be manned, and some of that comes with a fee because it's going to cost us more. But this is taxpayer money that has funded this. We just, as Councilmember Silva mentioned, we just spent over $10 million in upgrading specifically to increase our capacity and get us into the modern technology as it relates to our wastewater treatment facility. What are the fees? How does this affect the fees? Because at the end of the day, whatever fees we impose to the haulers is going to be passed on to our constituents.
Sure. The fees go up substantially, but I would tell you that the biggest impact is not so to the user, to the very end user. Is not so much the fees. It's going to be these new procedures. For example, now every vacuum is going to be a separate load, and so whereas the haulers were able to economize and maybe pass on some of those costs, some of those savings on to their customers by maybe putting 2, 3, 4, and 5. I don't know how many you could put into the different trucks, and pass those savings on. Now every vacuum is going to be mean a separate trip to the landfill, and that'll be a lot more expensive than any of our fees.
Okay, I would like to say something because we're discussing fees, and Michael, you're asking questions. I feel it's going in the direction. Well, we haven't had anything wrong with the wastewater treatment plant. It's been able to handle it. I don't know where we're going with that. But I really feel strongly that we need to protect the wastewater treatment plant and not take a chance. That's how I feel about it. And he's talking about fees. We're worrying about what the consumer is going to pay. But yet, the fees to handle city sewer to a residential is more. This is monthly fees that they're paying, what, $40, $50, $60? I'm not sure what they pay on their sewer fees. Here we're talking about a septic tank that hasn't been pumped in 15 years. You charge them $40 for 15 years? I see that to be extremely cheap.
Yeah, and I see what you're saying. It's just some of these people don't have a choice. Some people have city sewer, some of them don't have that. I just asked the question, when you look at, our sewer, protecting our investment, yes, at what price are we going to protect it? I just want to make sure that we don't give sticker shock to our constituents where these haulers, where it's 100% more, for instance, the price to discharge, because some of these people, perhaps their leach line has given out, or they have holding tanks because they don't have city sewer or El Valle de los Ranchos, and they have to do it maybe every month. And we want to see how is that going to affect them. It's just a question. I agree fully with the resolution. I think we need to pass it. I think we need to get some rules and procedures at the septic at our facility. It's just these are all questions that we need to know to make informed decisions. Councilmember Abita.
Mayor Cordova, thank you very much. Mr. Real, I really appreciate your passion to address this issue. I read the resolution. I fully support it. It needed to have happened years ago.
Yeah.
The point now is that we have the choice tonight as a governing body to approve it tonight, but we also have the choice to be open and transparent. Let's wait 2 weeks. Let's let all other septic haulers that want to make input, and then we'll make the decision. Maybe in the meantime, Oscar, We can post a sign at the gate saying septic dumping only from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. as a temporary measure to prevent what you're worried about, because it is a valid concern.
Right.
But to just all of a suddenly approve this without input, it's not fair to the public.
I guess where I'm getting to, I'm not trying to be the mean guy, is how are they operating without a resolution to that was my question. And how, I'm glad that you said from 8 to 4, at least that's starting somewhere. And again, that the operation now, anybody can, even at that, there's no fencing. They can still go back there and they can dump at night. Anybody can go and put a chemical or destroy the plant because there's access to get into the plant.
And
but you are correct.
And Mr. Rao, as far as the fence, maybe we can erect a temporary fence. The key is to prevent any illegal dumping at this time.
I'm really happy that
we wait a couple of weeks, we get input from everybody that wants to provide input, and then we make a decision. It's a very easy solution. As far as septic, you said some people haven't pumped their tank in 15 years, and then they're having it pumped because the septic system's failing. They dump it. A good industry standard is septic should be pumped every 2 years.
Yeah.
People
that
wait
right.
5, 10, 20 years, the leach field fails, and now they're paying $4,000 for a new leach field. So that's not the issue. The issue is that we need procedures at this wastewater treatment facility to do this and document it and have accountability.
Okay, I'm real happy with that decision. It feels like there's progress and.
We haven't made a decision at this one, Council.
Okay, well, I would hope
point,
that the rules and regulations would apply, and that's a big step. And I know that you're the council that makes all the decisions, and I'm happy with what's gone over here today, and I just hopefully that something can be done quick than later because it's taken forever to get something done.
What is the pleasure of the council?
Move to continue, Mr. Mayor.
I second that.
Motion to continue.
Yeah. He just had a few things to say.
To discussion?
I'm sorry, under discussion. Okay, there's a motion, and any other discussion from the council members? Sir, I'll allow discussion.
I just wanted to speak more from an environmental point of view rather than a business point of view. I'd like to ask the CH2 mill operations people, who's manning the pumper's dump site right now? Nobody. Okay, is the gate that protects it locked?
Members of council, what's going on is we have a discharge point that is outside the headworks, that is outside the outer perimeter. So, and it's automated. So right now, there's nobody there to man it because, one, it's automated, and that's the way the system was set up. And then also it's set up for a card reader to accept valid septic haulers.
Mr. Mayor, and I think council already acknowledged that, sir. That's why I recommended the idea of posting hours, erecting temporary fence. So we know that. We know that's a concern, so it's a moot point.
Well, then my point's moot then. You can disregard everything
sir,
I say.
what you failed to acknowledge is that this governing body recognizes that the dumping point is outside the facility.
And
the fact that it's open 24/7. I just stated that we can post hours, we can erect a temporary fence. That will be a temporary solution until we pass the final resolution that's going to solve the root problem.
Okay, well, the final thing I'll say is there are regulations of the U.S. EPA. There are guidelines from the New Mexico Environment Department. There are guidelines and requirements from the Department of Homeland Security that require all of the things we've been discussing.
Sir, and we're going to address all those things. You just got to be a little bit patient.
We're
not just going to shut it down tonight.
No, I understand that. But I should point out, on talking about transparency, I've known about this resolution since at least mid-August, and I'm in Albuquerque. Granted, I learned about it through Mr. Rael, but I cannot believe that in a community this small, and there only being a limited number, less than half a dozen septic haulers, that they are also not aware of this and have had an opportunity to input on it. I mean,
sure.
So,
well,
anyway,
sir,
that's all I have to say. So.
Councilmember Beta.
And Mr. Mayor, and sir, to be absolutely 100% correct, we're going to wait a couple of weeks. And we're going to make sure that everybody, not just the septic haulers, but everybody that wants an opportunity to make an input will be given that opportunity.
A published notice?
It'll be part of the agenda, and you'll see it on the agenda. But
the only thing I've asked, I'm sorry. The only thing I've asked, I'm not asking anything out of the ordinary, as Oscar knows, is just follow the rules and the regulations. That's all that are applied. No bending over for anybody.
And Stephen, that's what we want to do. And the problem now is we don't have any rules and regulations.
Exactly.
And we need to implement them so that we can enforce them.
Right.
So, in the motion, there was a motion to continue, but I'm hearing that you understood that there was some hours of operation. Is that
We'll go ahead and put those in place.
we
got the direction. Yes, sir, I got it. We'll put those in place
administratively, okay.
starting tomorrow.
I just want to make sure that gets done.
Just one thing I want to say. It's not addressed here on the resolution on mixture of loads. It's not on there, and it's something that you brought up, but I guess maybe it needs to be put in there. Not allowing a mixture of loads so you can know exactly what they're dumping. And the last thing I'm going to say is all of this has come from the wastewater treatment plant. All this, a lot of information I brought from them, and their fees today are higher than the fees here in Taos. Just wanted you to know that.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much. Let's go on with this.
One final question. Mr. Real, what's the average truck capacity?
Oh, right now they can mix loads. I think there's a 3,500 gallon. There's several 2,500 gallons. There's mine that can hold close to 5,000 gallons. But there is trucks, all the septic haulers, maybe one, but the majority of them can all mix loads. They can take 2.5 tanks, 1,000 gallons. So it is a process where they can mix loads. Santa Fe is not allowing mixing loads right now.
Were these trucks designed to allow a septic hauler to take multiple household loads to the treatment facility?
They were designed, but to protect the wastewater treatment plant, Santa Fe has stopped any type of design. No matter how big of a truck, if I go to dump in Santa Fe, they're only going to allow me dump one load so they can monitor it and know where it came from. It just opens a can of worms when you say, well, we can put 2 or 3 tanks in the truck.
Let's go ahead.
Okay.
Let's just go because we've been on this.
Okay.
We have some other people in the audience. So,
talking
all those in
about
favor of the motion, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries, and it will be continued till the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you very much, all of you.
Thank you,
Just
Mr.
one
Mayor
final
and
comment.
Council.
I just want to let you know that thank you for bringing these concerns up, and I want to assure you that there hasn't been any favoritism. This is just the process that we came up with, and now we're just improving it through this resolution to
I
have those rules.
appreciate it very much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next, we will go to item D. Presentation. Public Works Director Francisco Espinosa will give a presentation on the New Mexico Department of Transportation plans for improving Paseo del Pueblo Sur. French, welcome to our meeting.
Mr. Mayor, as he sets up, I want to explain to you what we're trying to do here. Over the last several weeks, I've had different conversations with each of you asking about what's happening on Paseo, as well as in the community, and then we've even had people from the New Mexico Department of Transportation come to the convention center and ask for space because they're planning a public hearing. So that you might be informed about what those plans are and why that public hearing is going to be taking place, I asked Mr. Espinosa to come in and present to you everything he knows about what the New Mexico Department of Transportation is planning for Paseo Norte and Sur.
Welcome.
Thank you, Oscar. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As Oscar mentioned, this is really just a basic update as to what NMDOT is planning within the community through a couple of different projects over the next couple of years, I would imagine. And I will be updating the council as the information rolls through our office. Basically, I think those would be just public input meetings. So again, I put together this presentation based on what little information I do have at this point. And these projects are in the hands of NMDOT. However, the town of Taos is a partner. So with that, I will get started. I decided to start the presentation out with an article from the Taos News from 2007, and I labeled it "Bad News" with a question mark. Basically, this article was printed when representatives from NMDOT came into the community and informed the elected officials as well as the public that further studying of the relief route would be tabled indefinitely. While some of the members of the community felt that this was a good thing, there was another portion of the community that felt that it was a bad thing because now we don't have no traffic relief. However, the way we interpret it over at Public Works is this just gives us an opportunity to apply for funding to address the interiors of the town of Taos and some of the outskirts within the county. This slide there identifies what came from the study of 2003. This was done by Moles and Corbin, and as you can see, they came up with several alternatives for a relief route. More important, though, to the town of Taos is Alternative K, Alternative J, which are Camino del Medio and New Mexico 64 and 68. Over the years, NMDOT has addressed some of these issues, starting with the El Prado upgrades, which happened several years back. So again, that is a good thing for the interiors of the town of Taos, because now we can fall back on this document and bring them to, or bring it to their attention that this was their plan and not ours. So we're putting the burden back on NMDOT to address what they found in their study.
And in French, on those notes there, given that we will never see a bypass here, because building consensus on that bypass just never is going to happen, and that's why I believe the state just got tired of trying to make it happen. We have been working on trying to, the answer then to relieving traffic is improving the connectivity of our side streets. And that is the reason why we've aggressively gone after CDBG funding. We're looking at having the signalized intersection on Estes Road and Salazar Road. We received funding now for the drainage channel to connect Salazar all the way to Estes Road, correct? Chamisa Road. So we're making things happen, and this only leverages our initiative to connect, to improve the connectivity between our side streets and the main paseo is clearly going to help in relieving that traffic.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. You're stealing my thunder.
Oh, well, this has been something that we've been so passionate about that myself and friends go to these meetings, CDBG meetings, quite some often, and that's the pitch that we use.
Yes.
And it has worked to our advantage. So.
Yes, you're absolutely correct and right on target, Mr. Mayor. So again, this is just a brief update. The first project is New Mexico 68 and 64 corridor study, and I listed the partners there. Of course, the town of Taos, NMDOT District 5, and Gannett Fleming West, which is now Sauter Miller and Associates. They were bought out recently. They were awarded the contract to conduct the study. The project length is approximately 1.2 or 1.8 miles. And the project limits are from La Posta Road north to the junction of Placitas in New Mexico 68. It's the north junction of Placitas where the El Prado project left off. That's where their study is going to terminate. And again, they will be conducting community meetings to gather information. They refer to it as a corridor study, and pretty much that's what the study will entail. If you take a look back at the relief route study that was conducted back in 2003, it made several recommendations that would relieve congestion within the downtown area. One of them was to provide more parking space, to provide more public transportation, and to work on some of the streets, side streets, as Mayor Cordova mentioned. Better business access and more pedestrian facilities. That is exactly what they will be asking the community to provide information on, and see how they would like for it to unfold over the next several years. The next project is the New Mexico 68 Overlay Project. Again, the partners are the Town of Taos, UNM-Taos District 5, and AIO Engineering. This started out as an overlay project, and in the length of that is 2.4 miles. The project limits are from La Posta Road south to the junction of 68 and 518. And again, it started out as a simple overlay project of the entire cross-section of the roadway. However, anytime that pedestrian facilities, namely the ADA facilities, are altered, they must bring the entire project up to current standards for ADA compliance. So it'll turn out to be that they will start to install sidewalks along the entire corridor with this project, and they are currently working on the design. And again, they will conduct community meetings to inform the public, as well as the elected officials, as to how the project is going to unfold. And pretty much, they'll remove 3 inches of asphalt, replace it with 2.5 inches of asphalt with an overlay, and we'll in essence get a brand new facility.
When is this scheduled? When is this? When are they looking at doing this?
Mr. Mayor, they're already working on some of the design, and again, they have not held their first public meeting, but they are scoping the project out to start sometime in midsummer or early fall. And again, it's an enormous amount of coordination with the other entities, as well as their environmental section. So again, I'll keep the mayor and council abreast as to how the project unfolds. And last but not least, it's Mr. Mayor, a project that you mentioned in your remarks, and it's the New Mexico 68 and Estes Road intersection. This intersection is probably one of the worst intersections within the community. There's a significant amount of T-bones that have happened there. There's been a couple of fatalities in the last couple of years, and UNM-Taos recognizes that they do need to address this somehow, some way. Through our regional planning process, the Town of Taos did submit an application for consideration for funding for this project, and at the last regular council meeting, you approved the award in $160,000. So now we need to coordinate with DOT, or UNM-Taos, excuse me, to enter into a memorandum of agreement with them so that it can be constructed. Ruben? Again, I just went over the project scope. It will be ADA compliant. It'll have lighting. It'll have some raised medians to control access. And of course, the design is 95% complete, and this is from Wilson and Company. And as I mentioned, you can take a look at the raised medians there. And again, it's to control access. There's 2 access points at that intersection that create an enormous amount of illegal turn movements. One of them is to the newly constructed Verizon store and the Guadalajara restaurant. Because there are no raised medians, it encourages illegal turn movements into those businesses. And the Verizon store did make an effort in accordance with NMDOT's permit, and they put a right turn lane there. However, people making a left out is what's causing these illegal turn movements. So with that, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I will stand for any questions.
Councilmember Peralta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. French, on the intersection, are you saying that the signalization of that intersection will not take place until they do the overlay? It'll be done as part of the same project, or would the intersection come in earlier?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Peralta, that is something that would have to be coordinated, and I will bring that to the attention of NMDOT. It would make sense that it's a coordinated effort, and that the signalized intersection go in before the overlay is happening. That way, that would help them control traffic a little better during the overlay project.
But since they haven't done the public hearings on either project so far,
no.
Would they be looking at possibly combining that as one, so that we wouldn't be looking at a change on that intersection till the summer of 2014?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Peralta, again, I've not spoken to NMDOT, and that is a very valid point, and a good point at that. And I will bring it to their attention that, again, the coordination needs to take place.
One final question, and you didn't talk about this at all, but as part of the reconstruction of 68 from from La Posta going north to the plaza or Placitas Road, is there any discussion about the signalization at the courthouse?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Peralta, I have not been part of those discussions, although in some of the meeting minutes that of the meetings that have taken place, they did discuss that. That intersection was a project that was spearheaded by the county and the county commission, and NMDOT did retain the services of an engineering firm, and to my understanding, the project has been designed.
But they haven't indicated any timetable
They
to
have. Excuse me.
to construct that.
No, they haven't. They were waiting funding from NMDOT to get it constructed. The last I heard of which was this winter. We actually met with the consulting firm to provide them with whatever information they asked us for. And again, they did complete the design.
Thank you.
Thank you. French, on the, I know we've been working with NMDOT on the Siler, realignment of the Siler intersection. And when I spoke to the Chief of Staff of the Governor's Office, I mentioned to them of the conversation you had on the possibility if we use local funds to correct the road, that they would put the funds to correct put the signalized intersection, do the rest of the intersection. Is that still on the table? Have any talks been discussed on that?
Mr. Mayor, no, not specific to the intersection. Again, through their corridor study, I am sure that intersection will show up as having a significant impact. And it right now, as it stands today, it operates at a level service F, which means it's failed, and it has been operating at that capacity for probably the last 10 years. So, yes.
So I think now that the Scheid building is available, that they would consider the possibility of condemning that building, buying it from the owner, and then we would correct that road. Is that Los Pandos?
Yes.
Los Pandos Road. And then there was some talks on the Smith's approval. I clearly recall that approval for their gas station, that they would assist in the realignment of that road. So the unfortunate part is we didn't get a commitment as to what level, but I think it should be a decent level of commitment that it should be there, because they contribute to a lot of that traffic congestion that's there, and that's a horrible intersection. So, if we can kind of keep that on your radar to see what we can do on that. And then I think that there was also some plans for sidewalks, because that's the only part of, since we did the sidewalks from a few years back from Subway, the old Subway, all the way to Sagebrush. Now the only part that we don't have connection on sidewalks is from the Witten Inn all the way to the plaza. Is there a plan in place for those?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, again, through their corridor study, I'm sure that will show up. Sometime back in '96, the town of Taos actually was involved in the designing of that roadway section, and it touched down on sidewalks, bike traffic, lighting, and surface drainage, and some landscaping that would serve as traffic calming through the historic district. Again, when NMDOT starts to engage in their process, I will be sharing that information with them. At the time, that is what the community was recommending, and that's how we were proceeding with the project.
Okay. Oscar?
Yes, sir. Just for the benefit of the audience that is trying to figure out, then, what's a study, what's a design, all this. NMDOT follows a very deliberative process for any major improvements like this. So step number one is a study, and where they take into account everything possible: new laws, drainage, traffic, ADA compliance, etc. The next step after that is that they then begin the design process, and it could very well, in this case, it seems to be that from basically from La Posta all the way to Placitas and 68 is a big stretch, and so in all likelihood, a project like that would be broken up into several construction or several different sorts of projects over the course of several years, and so the next step after the study is done, it's approved by everyone. Then would be the stages of design, and then after that, funding of the construction. So I don't know. I guess if we gave people a sort of a time frame here, we're looking at, I don't know, the fastest possible would be we'd see some construction in 4 years, the fastest possible, but more likely past that.
Mr. Mayor, Oscar, that's correct. Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Thank you, French.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to item C, Resolution 1355, acknowledging annexation order, consideration of possible approval of resolution and annexation order of the New Mexico Boundary Commission dated September 30th, 2013, and hearing held May 23rd.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is basic housekeeping. That area is now annexed. We've got the certificate.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm one ahead.
Two ahead.
Two ahead. I'm sorry.
You're in a hurry to get done.
Yeah, I'm in a hurry, I guess.
Let's do this.
Item A, Resolution 1354, consideration possible approval of, thank you, Councilmember Peralta, transferring Ancianos building owned by the town of Taos to Taos County.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, yes, I'm just following through here with the direction I felt I got at the joint town council meeting to comply with the county's request at that time that we transfer the Ancianos building to Taos County, who is in the process of taking it over and operating that. You'll recall, this was one of the items that was on the agenda at that time. The commission wanted to put it on there, and they verbally asked us, directly by the commissioners, would we consider this? The council gave them the nod, and so anyway, this is moving forward. Leading up to this, though, I did reach out to the county manager and asked that, it would only be appropriate for them to give us, that request in writing. At first, they said it was okay, and then they backed off a little bit. They said that they wanted to then go back and revisit this item with the commission, but they still wanted us to kind of go forward. And we explained to them, look, this is just an authorization by the council for us to do this. You could kind of get all of your things in line, and so the council could very well approve this with a condition. And they seem to be okay with that. I did ask them at least for some sort of symbolic quid pro quo here, including that they would mill and resurface Albright Street, the part of Albright Street that wasn't constructed more recently, and also for the beautification or the greening of that no man's land that used to be the intersection of the old Albright Street and Paseo. And the reason I recommended those, I suggested those, is because the reason they gave me, the county manager gave me for why they need to own the building is that in order for them to use the funds that they have that are coming to them from the tax that pays for the courthouse complex area, that they could extend the interpretation of that project over to those areas, and so they would need to do these different sorts of things. And so, anyway, that's why they're explaining it to you here. Now, one thing I do want to make real clear about this asset, such as it is, and it's quite a restricted asset. I mean, we got a grant, or the town received a grant to build this building, and so there are strings attached to it, and it can only be used for this purpose. So we couldn't repurpose this unless, of course, we demolished it and then built something else on the land, et cetera. And I don't see that happening anytime in the near horizon. But also, it has some very substantial capital improvement requirements, roof, et cetera. And so if you take into account all of what we are going to have to do to that building in the next few years against the possible value that this is, I would tell you it is at very worst a wash. If not, it would be a substantial improvement to our balance sheet to get this the liabilities off here, along with the whatever value that asset is. So I would recommend I bring it to you now, not just following through with the direction you gave me at that meeting, but also as a way to mitigate a rather substantial cost that we have coming to there for improvements we have to make. So I would be recommending to you that you approve, at least give us the direction to be able to do that. We'd be happy to put conditions on that. In other words, not pass it through until they comply with what conditions you may have. But I see this as an opportunity to get out of a major cost.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Gonzalez.
I do have some reservations with regards to transferring the property over to the county, and I know we had discussed it, and I understand, the realignment of the balance sheet, but based on the value of the land, I think it's a pretty substantial gift that we give to the county. So I'd like to see some stipulations along with that, with regards to the acknowledgement of that gift, but also maybe them stepping up to the plate and supporting our library with regards to that. And I say that because of the fact that, I could almost rather see myself approving a lease of this building as opposed to a straight handover without anything coming back in return. And I think we owe that to the taxpayers that originally, footed the bill for it, because all we're going to do is pass the buck. So I'd like to see some stipulations with regards to that, and in true county fashion, they, approved it or decided to go forward with it, and now are pulling back as of typical of the county.
I agree, Councilmember Gonzalez. I think we need to see what is their true intention, what do they want to do with the building, and how, and is their plan to do the upgrades that it needs? Is it viable, and is it truly supported by the majority of the commission? As we've seen before, sometimes there may be an idea, we negotiate that idea, and it turns out that perhaps the majority of the commission didn't support it. I think our ancianos deserve to know that both the town and the county are on board to support this program. And does that mean that we give the building away? Well, what does the town get in return? And what collaboration efforts are we going to be doing in doing so? I think that no matter what happens, this council has made it very clear that we want to support the Ancianos program. I believe that the county wants to do that as well. However, we want to see exactly what is that plan. How are they going to fund it? Are we going to still be looking at this building needing capital improvements 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago because they perhaps couldn't go forward with their plan that they had, and we don't know what that plan is. So I think we would need to see a viable plan on maybe a 5-year plan on what they intend to do with that building, so that we're assured that our ancianos continue to have a facility and that that facility is taken care of. The town has done a great job, I believe, in creating that building and in maintaining it. And now, of course, it needs some capital improvements, and we need to see if this plan is better than the plan that we would have to make those improvements. So that's what I would like to see. Councilmember Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor Cordova. Oscar, did you say as one of the concessions you asked the county to resurface Albright Street?
Yes.
And
It's
the
in other words,
argument
projects ancillary to the area.
Right.
That's right.
And the argument can be made that when the new judicial complex was built, Albright Street took excessive abuse from heavy equipment, et cetera, and they should have repaved it anyway. I mean, it's the main artery leading up to the judicial complex, and I believe there's an obligation by the county commission to pave that road without us having to ask them, look, do this and return, we'll give you the Ancianos building. I served on the Ancianos board for 4 years. That's a great building. Maybe we failed to properly upkeep it to the optimum capacity we could, but what we got to do now is we got to plan, and we got to go ahead and identify those capital improvement projects that you referred to. Let's budget for them, and let's make those improvements over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. But as Councilor Gonzalez said, we shouldn't just pass the buck from the council to the commission and say, you fix it. That's not taking care of our ancianos. So I do not support transferring this building.
Okay. Would the council, Councilmember Peralta, let me hear from you.
I'm going to ask a question to Councilmember Abeyta then. If the county is to take over the Ancianos program or the senior citizen program for Taos County from the state, because the Ancianos program is broken, would you be willing to lease that building
Absolutely,
to the county
yes.
for them to use it to
A
continue
lease
the
is
program?
perfectly fine.
But you want to maintain ownership?
Yes. And by maintaining ownership through a lease, we have control and accountability.
Okay. Now, would you be willing to accept from, well, the county couldn't use, as my understanding is, the county cannot use the excess funds for the judicial complex, since they don't own the property, to do that repair. So they would be limited in what they could support the renovations that need to be made on that building. But I heard you say that you want the town to be responsible for that, since it is our building.
Well,
but you would be willing to take some help from the county if they so
absolutely
desire
yes.
to give it to us.
I mean, they're planning right now on taking $1.3 million of excess judicial complex money and establish a dual command center, dispatch center, call it what you want, emergency operations center. That's not necessary. Instead, take that money, fund the library, pave Albright Road, throw some money at the Ancianos building to improve it. The Ancianos building is used not only by town residents, but is used by all our seniors throughout the county. So step to the plate.
Okay, any other comments, questions? So should we, is it the pleasure, what I'm hearing the council is we're willing to look at ideas, not necessarily giving the building, and if it is giving the building, what do we get in return? And a possibility of a lease. So a plan either a lease, and if it is to give the building, then what is the county willing to do with the town?
Okay.
And is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think that the issue here with the council is that we're not too sure that there's been an agreement between the state and the county as yet. If that comes to be, then we're willing to work as diligently and as hard as we can to ensure that the senior citizen program continues in our county, and we'll do every effort that we can to make that happen, and work closely with the county to ensure that they have a working program that is efficient and does provide the services that our seniors require.
So perhaps, I think what we would need to do is just supporting documents on their plan, and that would be a letter maybe perhaps from bond counsel from their judicial complex money that they can in fact use that money to,
Or cannot.
can or cannot use it And then also a letter from the state that they're in agreement of taking over the program.
Okay. I had invited the county manager to be here to answer those questions, and he said he was going to come here. Perhaps that's why Commissioner Baroni did come to come in his stead. And so I will take those questions and back to him, and when they're answered, I'll come back with this item.
Okay. All right, so I would like to entertain a motion to table this item.
So move, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries with the condition to bring back something that's a little bit more
Yes,
solid and a solid letter of commitment from the county stating that they in fact want to do that with the following stipulations that the council asked for.
Okay.
Okay. We will go to item B, presentation by supporters of D.H. Lawrence Ranch. Sir, welcome. Okay, we'll see. Thank you. We'll see.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm here representing a local group of citizens
Please
called...
state your name for the record, please.
I will.
Okay.
Called the D.H. Lawrence Ranch Alliance. My name is Stanley Rivelis. And thank you for the opportunity to tell the story about the D.H. Lawrence Ranch and what we think ought to be done. We have a little PowerPoint presentation that will at least illustrate what we're talking about. Our purpose is to give you a situation report on the ranch today and outline our vision of what we think the ranch can become, and to obtain your endorsement, not your money, your endorsement for our efforts to try to revitalize the ranch and make it an asset for the community, for the Taos community. We say saving the D.H. Lawrence Ranch for Taos because it is not in good shape. Most of you have been there. You're all longtime residents of Taos, but you haven't been there recently. It's been closed for at least 4.5 years, nearly 5 years. And that is symptomatic of the larger problem that we're trying to address. Before I go any further, I did let some supporters, members of the Alliance know, and members of the Friends of D.H. Lawrence know that we were going to address you today, and we really have kind of quite a turnout. And I do feel obligated to acknowledge the presence of our chairperson, Trudy Healy, who is a major benefactor of the D.H. Lawrence Ranch renovations, and her daughter Felice Knox, Elizabeth Palacios, who's the head of the Taos Community Foundation, who's been extremely supportive of everything in the community, Bill Haller, who is the head of the Friends of D.H. Lawrence, the local literary society, and a number of members of the board of the Friends of D.H. Lawrence, Sam Richardson, Nita Murphy, Gene Stevens, Judith Bronner, Kathleen Knauth. I would like everybody to stand up just to show the degree of support. People just learned at very short notice that I was going to make this presentation. We also have Jim Gilroy, the former dean of UNM, and Linda Lambert, who's not a member of the board, but a very well-known author and a public supporter of the ranch. So let me go back to the bequest, Frida Lawrence's bequest. These are the members of the board of D.H. Lawrence. Her 1955 will gave the ranch to an organization to be created and sponsored by the University of New Mexico, provided they succeed in making a perpetual D.H. Lawrence memorial or foundation. Now, even in her lifetime, Frida was amazed by how the property had become a magnet for D.H. Lawrence admirers, and she wanted to make that a permanent monument to him and his work. UNM accepted that bequest, but no organization or foundation was created, and it was run like any other UNM facility from Albuquerque. Now, that worked fine for many years, as long as there was adequate UNM attention and resources. But over the past decade, the ranch has become a neglected property. It's too far away from Albuquerque, and it lacks local involvement. This is Georgia O'Keeffe's tree. What the ranch could be, it could be a major resource for the Taos community. It could be an educational hub, a tourist magnet, a cultural marquee, and a commercial generator. But it's not fulfilling its potential. It's closed to the public. UNM permission is required to visit. That is, from Albuquerque. The memorial sites have deteriorated. There are few educational activities that take place there. The conference facilities have been removed and not replaced. There isn't even a public marker that shows the location of the ranch, and the Taos community has no role. Beginning 3 or 4 years ago, the Taos Community Foundation and the Healy Foundation got together to try to provide funds to UNM for repairs of the buildings and did provide $30,000. We've asked UNM to provide, and I should say more funds could be available if we were to develop a common approach with UNM. UNM, we would like to develop a docent program, and UNM had promised 2 years ago to reopen the ranch, but what we've seen really doesn't fit the bill. We feel that unless the Taos community gets involved, the ranch will remain a neglected burden to UNM. So what are the options? Well, we could accept the status quo, but we think that is unacceptable. We could raise more funds, but we've already raised funds and given it to UNM, and there has been no quid pro quo. We would like to build a Taos UNM partnership with cost and administrative sharing arrangements, or failing that, to get a more direct role in the management and operation of the ranch. But we need your help. We need more community support. We need to know that the community is behind us, the Taos County and the region. So we're looking for your endorsement of our efforts to go back to UNM, to meet with the president, and to say we have strong backing of the community behind us, and we need a role if we're going to be able to revitalize the ranch. We've set out a list of goals. I won't enumerate them right now, but they are intended to move toward a more active role by the community. We're hoping to meet the president of UNM in the next several weeks. I want to thank Fred Peralta for arranging for us to be on the agenda. He is also a member of our alliance and has been very supportive. So that's our story, and we hope that we have the community backing for our efforts, for the civic efforts.
Thank you. I think that this is, it's great that you brought this to our attention. I grew up in that area. My family grew up in that area. And we used to repair the translators, the TV translators that were up right at the top of the mountain. So I remember going every couple of months or so with my dad to service those as a young kid. And we surely looked forward to those trips because it's just so beautiful there. And I believe that we should pass a resolution of strong support acknowledging the cultural significance and the history that it brings to our community, and what we support about it, and the economic potential that it has in bringing tourists to that ranch. So I think that if it's okay with the council, we can bring to our next meeting a resolution of firm and strong support from this governing body. We can definitely do that.
Absolutely. Well, we thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we thank the members of the council.
Sure. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. Thank you. And we'll keep you posted on that resolution, and that we can get your input as to what you would like to see on it as well.
Yes, we would like to work with you on that resolution. Whom should we address?
Work with Oscar.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes. I'd also like to acknowledge Trudy Healy also for her support, and thank you for all your support in your capacity as Water Trust Board member. You play a big role in Taos receiving a lot of that money that we were just discussing for our wastewater treatment facility. So thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. Once again, thank you all for attending. Next, we will go to consideration and possible approval of Resolution 1355, acknowledging an annexation order by the New Mexico Boundary Commission. Oscar?
Yes, sir. This is just basic housekeeping. All of the actions that affected the annexation are complete. They're certified. They've been all that has been communicated to us by the state. We've gotten all possible approval that could have been required for that annexation to take place. So all that area is inside the town limits, completely annexed. What we're asking you to do with this resolution is really just acknowledge it, and with that be able to commemorate it, if you will, in our records, so that in the future anybody should ask or question that annexation, they'll know what action it was that did that. The reason we're saying this is because, as you'll recall, what brought on that annexation in the first place, which was a lawsuit by the county where they questioned or asked for the paperwork behind that, and there was none. And so with this, we make double sure that should that question ever come again, that paperwork is in place. So we're recommending approval of the resolution.
Okay. Any questions? Council? Comments?
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. All right. Next, we will go to discussion and possible action to create a local government hospital task force. As you know, we had that meeting, several meetings. We had that meeting, and the council and the commission decided to create this task force to assist the hospital in identifying how we can help and what role can we play, if any. I believe that we can. There is some opportunities. So, Oscar, have you come up with any ideas on how to create this? I know Councilmember Silva was adamant in ensuring that this is on the agenda and that it doesn't fall behind the wayside. So I wanted to make sure we have it. And also to acknowledge Councilmember Silva's wife in the audience as well, Audrey.
Well, the way this came to us, or the idea was presented, was that there would be a joint town and county task force, if you will, to both provide a forum for the people who were affected to provide input and to provide ideas, and to make sure that their local governments had tried looked at every possible angle here, so that one, we knew that we had all of the information, all the correct information, and also that we had looked at all the other alternatives, all possible alternatives, both for the benefit of just healthcare in the community, as well as the impact that it was having on the employees. And so, really, the basic idea that I'm recommending to you here, Mr. Mayor, is that the town and the county appoint from the community people who would be charged to do just a couple of things. One is to review all the information that's been presented so far, and then to recommend to you that is information, that information is complete, and that information is reaches the conclusions that have been presented. Number two, that this task force look at alternatives to the information or the recommendations that have been presented so far for the hospital, and by that means allow for the people who are affected to provide some input. And so a task force with these very concrete charges that they would come back, I guess, in a couple of months with recommendations and with their, at least their analysis and their conclusions and recommendations to the local governments for how to proceed. I will just add one other thing, and that is you'll recall that we had a number of meetings. I know myself, I've had a number of meetings with the CEO there, and one of the basic questions that we asked, some of you were present at that meeting, where we asked, well, look, is it a matter of money? Do you need money, or what else it is that we can do? At least the response we got at that time was that it wasn't so much money. It was a matter of just adjusting to the current business environment or the current economic environment, et cetera. And so I guess one of the basic things that would be asked of the group is to look at that as well and recommend that, at least to your satisfaction, that is true, that is complete.
And while we had looked at doing a joint task force, I just don't know how much the county has moved on this. I know we already have a meeting scheduled with Los Alamos County next week, so we're moving fast because we believe this is a serious issue on how it affects our community and the livelihood of many, and the public health, safety, and welfare. So thank you all for being here. I know that you're very closely connected to this, and thank you for your presence here. So does the council want to create a task force here, and then if the county creates one, then we can see what we do there?
Mr. Mayor.
I just don't know. To date, I don't know if they've even created one.
I've had some communications with a couple of commissioners, and apparently they are getting ready to put it on their next agenda as an item. They didn't put it on their last meeting agenda, so they are also addressing it. And I told them that I would share with them anything that came out of this meeting. And I think what's important here is that we all take an active and aggressive role in moving forward and creating this task force, however it needs to come to be about. And I would say maybe the manager along with the county manager, and try to just start identifying what the task force would do and how it could help the community, because I think that this community is could be in bad shape if the role of the hospital continues to go down the path where it's going to lean towards a critical access instead of an acute health care center. And so I think it's just an important thing to move forward on, and so I would suggest that maybe some just follow-up meetings. I think the discussion tonight would be just how we do that, how we set it up, and what kind of a role that task force would take in helping the situation.
So I think maybe for our next meeting, what we should do is, along those lines, Councilmember Silva, is have a resolution, and by that time, the two managers should be able to identify the composure of this task force, which has to include employee representation from the hospital staff, because you all are the professionals there and can guide us as to what needs to be done. So I'm not sure, I'm not attached to who else is involved in that, but it has to represent hospital employees and personnel.
Mr. Mayor, I
Councilmember.
think with regards to our visit up on Los Alamos Hill next week, where I believe it's myself, you, and Oscar that will be attending that meeting.
I believe Councilmember Silva wants to attend, so we need to notice it. And whoever else, at that point, anybody else.
And the reason I think I look to it is because of the regional coalition of Llano communities that I sit on, in recognition of seeing the amount of funding that goes out to Santa Fe, for example, for Christus St. Vincent. I'm more in hesitance with regards to ask for any monetary funding without knowing the source of the problem, and I think a lot of it needs to be inside oversight with regards to, because we can't throw money at a bad problem and then it just goes to the bottom line of another high-paid, individual within the hospital's organization. So I would highly recommend that, while it can be mentioned, I'm real hesitant right now to put the pressure on LA County or even Los Alamos National Labs with regards to regional funding with regards to the healthcare facility if there's no identification of problem as to what's going on.
Any other comments? Councilmember Rabeta.
Thank you, Mayor Cordova. Thank you, folks, for being here. Oscar, you stated that you met with the CEO, and he argued that it's not necessarily a monetary problem, but a business model. Well, I believe any business model should be based on the market, on supply and demand. And if staff and even the medical doctors are saying that we need an ICU with 4 beds instead of the previous 5 versus the 2 that we just got it to, why isn't that input being taken constructively? So that's a rhetorical question, but this task force needs to look at all of that. Why do we pay such big money to a company to run this hospital? Can it be done a better way? Why do we pay 2 top administrators over $500,000? I mean, there's just a lot of questions. And then even more importantly, there's talking to the troops on the ground, you worker bees, talking to the employees at the hospital, there's still the underlying belief that there is a deliberate intent to run this hospital into the ground. What about that, folks? This task force needs to peel this onion back several layers and get to the root problem. And as Councilmember Gonzalez stated, we don't just need to throw money at it and amplify the problem. We need to identify the root problem, and then we need to implement the appropriate fix.
Councilmember Oscar.
Yeah, I would just want us to keep in mind that, well, there is a board of directors there now, and so the idea is not to duplicate, or how should I say,
well, but
work.
Oscar, I guess I'm going to disagree with you because I've gone to a board meeting, and we have some very reputable people on that board. However, their level of involvement may not be where it needs to be, and as a result, the CEO is 100% fully empowered to do what he feels is right for the hospital without a board that's really proactively engaged. So it's a fine line, folks, but I'm saying it how I see it, and sorry.
I agree. Okay. Any other, I'd like to hear from, if anybody wants to make a brief comment. Welcome to our meeting, and thanks for being here so late.
Mayor Cordova and members of the council, thank you so much for meeting with us this evening. What we have done is we've kind of prepared an outline for a potential committee that we talked about at the meeting. So if Bruce can go ahead and hand those out, and then he'll kind of explain
how's it going?
What the plan is.
First of all, we want to make very clear we're not trying to direct anybody to a particular plan. We just thought it would be helpful to put some things, ideas down in different ways to structure a joint county and town council approach at addressing this. And much of what I just heard from, and what we all heard from members of the council and from the mayor and from the city, the town manager, is interesting enough. We've got maybe not covered exactly the way you all may want to do it, but the issues are here, and we respectfully submit that. Not again is what we think is an edict or the best plan, but a jumping off point. But I agree with Councilor Gonzalez, and I think all of you, that it isn't a question of wanting to just throw money at the problem. We need to find out what the problem really is, and if it's a matter of, as it's been explained at a couple of public meetings so far, that they think this is just a problem that's emanated out of the big change happening in healthcare. I don't think it's necessarily that. We have the union's leadership has requested, and they've received a preliminary assessment of from an economist that they've engaged, and they have on retainer, and it's currently being looked at, and we're going to be happy to share it with both you all and with the county commission and with the hospital. It's my understanding that the union has the right to take a look at the financials of the hospital under the contract that they have with the hospital, and they're moving to do that. They're not doing it just for the employees that they represent. They're doing it because the union feels very strongly, as has been demonstrated by the members here for the last couple of months, that they are part of the community, that these folks who are licensed nurses and practitioners and the doctors are the people who really make up the blood and the guts of the hospital, excuse the expression. And I mean that in a really good way. Probably a poor choice of words, but they do make that up, and I can't tell you how much my heart is warm just hearing public officials say they want to have these folks involved in this process. So with that, we take a look at this. We're going to submit the same thing to the county as well, with the same respect shown to them, that we're not, again, trying to direct things, but we are trying to put some ideas out there. And we appreciate the level of concern expressed by all of the elected officials in this. I'm really heartened by that. I can't tell you how much.
Okay.
I would just like to add that we're working on, I think, we have a short-term goal, one, which is to get our ICU beds back sooner rather than later, just because with winter coming around, we want to be able to take care of our pediatric patients here in Taos. And then the long-term would be also is, as you mentioned, Mayor Cordova, is to look at the overall picture and really look into, is quorum the right thing for Taos? Is critical care access? The research that we've done, critical care access, what we found is less than 20% have ICU beds. So when this was presented to the board, that should have been their first red flag, because it was their job at that point to stand up and say, wait a minute, not as medical professionals, but as human beings, do we really want to have a community with no ICU? Because that was the original plan, was to close the ICU. And Dr. Foster is here. He's one of our hospitalists, and he has submitted a proposal to the board that would kind of give us some flexibility and be able to open up the ICU beds, but I don't know if he's heard back on that. I think the board is still out.
From what I've heard, it is that they'll be discussing at their next meeting, which I think is in another 2 weeks or something.
Okay.
So at the end of the month.
Mr. Mayor, there is one thing I want to invite y'all to, and that's November 11th. Oscar and I last week met with the state director of AARP, who is Gina Varela, and they are actually holding a session, and they may be 2 sessions depending on community input, with regards to the Affordable Care Act and what it means to Taos and what it means to a regionalized hospital, or the possibilities. And every indicator that I've been able to study across the board, both pros and cons of what the Affordable Care Act means, not one model shows an indication that it would be a detriment to a hospital of this size.
You're absolutely right, and I think that's some of the misconception that's been placed in front of the public. Obviously, with it's such a grand change, there are going to be bumps in the road at the national level and right here at the local level. But I think what we tried to lay out here was an outline to start involving the community, to look at everything, to show respect, as it was pointed out. There are some very fine members, I'm sure all of them are, of the governing board of the hospital. But the governing boards are set up to be kind of like a board of directors, which they're probably called. In this case, is that for a nonprofit, the general public are like the stockholders, even though they don't have a direct financial ownership of something. As far as the moral side of the coin goes, they are the stockholders. They are the people, and they're the recipients of the care that's going to be gotten there. So we're trying to focus the attention on the public's involvement, those of you in the community who, as leaders, I used to call them Pauls, and I didn't mean that in a negative way, but public opinion leaders. Obviously, the public officials and other people who are active in the community who can educate the public as to why this is a really important thing that they need to get involved in. And I understand the concern about immediately talking about, we need to raise taxes. Well, maybe we don't, but maybe we do. Maybe we need to do something in between. What we first need to do, though, is find out where the problems are emanating from. Get a good look at the books. Sit down. We structured something here that involves, obviously it's a large number of people, but the idea was 15 people on a board that then would break up into subcommittees and get back. You guys may come up with a much better and a more efficient way of pulling this together when you sit down with the county commissioners. But we figured we'd have a starting off point. We involved the hospital people, we involved the doctors, we involved the nurses and support staff, and we involved the community members, and we asked for some public meetings so that the public can come while we get up and running, can also start putting some ideas out about, and we can gauge what the public is interested in doing. So, and again, I want to thank you all for your receptive approach.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Anyone else want to speak? Doctor? Thank you for coming to our meeting. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to express, first of all, my appreciation for the interest that the town and also the county have in the hospital. I think we have a great asset in Holy Cross Hospital. It's an excellent hospital, especially for such a small community, and I'd like to see it stay that way. I do, the issue of the ICU beds is important to me as somebody who is admitting people. I work as a hospitalist, which means my job is to my group of doctors admits probably about half the people that come into Holy Cross Hospital and cares for them, and so we use the ICU a lot and like having that resource. We don't like having to send patients out of Taos to get care that we could do here. So that's one thing that's kind of an issue that's close to my heart. But I think in general the hospital is an excellent place to get care and has been and will continue to be. I'm proud to work there, and I'm a little surprised that Mr. Rodriguez heard from the CEO that the finances aren't the problem, because I think that's pretty clear that is the problem. I haven't heard that from him or anybody else. Money is the issue, and at a time now when there's been a lot of layoffs, emotions tend to run very high, and people tend to start pointing fingers and everything. So what I'm asking of you is that as you set up this task force, that it be done in a spirit of collaboration. I think that the town and the county and the hospital board, the hospital employees and the physicians need to work together to find solutions that benefit the town, and try not to point fingers at each other saying, well, if you just did this and that sort of thing. It's often hard for those independent bodies to do that, but I think this is really critical for our community to continue to have the quality of health care that we've had here. I think it's important for us at this time when there is a big financial problem due to whatever the cause may be, that this group work together in a collaborative fashion. And I will say that what I appreciate everything that the union has done, and that they've looked into that, looked into a lot of different solutions. I don't think trying to how should I put this? Trying to take control of the hospital should be the goal of the task force. I think input and making sure the hospital board is aware of what the community's wishes are, and then also kind of brainstorming and figuring out how can we work together, all the parties involved. But again, if you start to sound threatening to the board, that's going to make you don't want an adversarial relationship. You want to start off with on common ground of what can we do to help this situation. So,
great. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming. Really appreciate it. This clearly has affected, even in talking to dispatch today, the increase of transports because of that, and that does leave us without service. When our ambulance are tied up transporting people, that leaves us without service here. And so it's something that really hits close to home. So thank you all for your interest, and we will continue pushing forward. Thank you. Okay, next we will go to item E, discussion possible approval of joint powers agreement between Town of Taos, Taos County, Village of Cuesta, Village of Taos Ski Valley for consolidated dispatch services. Oscar.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of council, per your request, we're bringing this item to you so that we can discuss with you your ideas and also to just bring you up to date on where we are with talks. What you had in your packet, just to be real clear here, was that the JPA, the Joint Powers Agreement, that has been evolving, over the course of the year. I don't know if you saw the last version of that, but it had many colors, and for someone who's colorblind like me, I was at that point having trouble figuring out who changed what and how it all worked. And so what I went ahead and did is I accepted all the changes, and the most significant changes that were there were those that our attorney put in there as to comply with the memorandum of understanding. So what you have in there are all of the points, to the best of our ability, that were included in the memorandum of understanding. But it did leave out some very, very big and very important business issues that we are very anxious to get your direction on here. And one of those issues was the question of the structure of the board. There are many configurations, not just one way to structure a board. You certainly can structure it in a way that would be a lot more operational and would address, the deficiency in the experience that I've seen in that board so far, and that you could also structure it in a way that would hamper that would make it, sort of continue to be the sleepy board, the unengaged board that it's been over the last 15 years. So there was that issue in the talks that we've had with the county so far. At least the talks that there have been. There haven't been that many talks with the county so far, but in the discussion that's come out of the county so far and the proposals that have come out, there is a request, or at least a push by them for there to be a weighted voting on that board. The argument being that, if we're going to pay a lot more for it, then therefore those of us who have more at stake then should have a bigger say. I mean, the basic logic is there. I think the question there is just how much, and really how much are they supposed to pay. The other issue that is still a business issue that has to be resolved is the question of how people pay or who pays at this point. In some of the talks that we've had with some of the other partners, we had a meeting last week at a stakeholders meeting, and while the county was not, the county executives were not represented there, their staff was there, and at least we heard some of the concerns that we're thinking are being had at the county, and that is that the Cuesta and Ski Valley, the smaller municipalities, should not pay, and that the town should share with the county in making up those deficits. There's also on their part, there's a big concern, at least one that was voiced in the meeting that was supposed to be among the attorneys on Monday, that Cuesta is very concerned that that truly, if it goes to a percent share of call volume, in other words, if what they contribute to the budget is their share of the call volume, then they could see it escalating to a point that they can't afford. I mean, I made some basic calculations. I circulated that table of calls, those dispatch calls, and Cuesta's basic they're about 5% of the total call volume. Ski Valley is about 0.6% of the total volume, depending on how you calculate that. Ski Valley wouldn't change too much from what they're paying right now, but Cuesta would end up paying above $40,000 into them. They were saying that that's way too much. They were also very concerned that in the future, if the board just decides to double the budget, that would put them completely out of business, which is an interesting concern to have, seeing as how everybody else is concerned about the same thing. Anyway, it's there. So anyway, that's the other issue that has to be settled, as to how people pay. And then the third and a very important point here too is the whole question of how we deal with the employees. Or at least our proposal coming out of the gate is that they should we not be the fiscal agents, then whoever is a fiscal agent then would just take the employees in the same fashion that we took them from the county when they came over with us. Again, a lot of there is some presumption here that the fiscal agent will be the county because that's what they've asked for. And so we don't know how that can be solved at this point. There are different options for that. None of them are ideal. But anyway, we'd like to hear what you think about all of those. Now, before I just step back here and hear your comments, I do want to make one thing really clear, and I don't think it's clear enough to a lot of people unless you really read it and just contemplate what all is being talked about here. And that is the whole role of the fiscal agent is with this document changing. I mean, in fact, I know I've mentioned to you and sometimes in public that that the current JPA that we operate under doesn't even mention fiscal agent. I mean, there doesn't say the word. It just assumes that the town will be the operator. And really, the structure of that JPA is really a structure of a service contract for service. You know, they pay us money and we do things for them. There's not even any board there. So with this JPA, that relationship, all that relationship changes completely. So the role of the fiscal agent changes completely. The previous role, if you could call us the fiscal agent, our previous role was that we decided everything without deliberation with the board. In fact, there wasn't a board. And so we decided who got hired, who got fired, the contracts, et cetera, and pretty much proposed the budget. And really what the partners did was to approve or not the budget. And that was the only prescribed role, the only delegated role in the JPA. This new JPA changes that completely. So now there is a clearly defined fiscal agent. There is also an operator. You know, that could very well be the fiscal agent, but might also be someone else. At least the way that we're contemplating it is that operator would be the board through the director. And so therefore that whole role is now sort of turned into two possible different entities. And then there is a board now that makes a lot of these decisions. And so as a result, you know, the days when the town or whoever was in control here would just make all of these decisions and just sort of report to the board sort of after the fact what was happening, those days are gone. So all of that has changed. So talk about the fiscal agent is now is a totally we're talking about a totally different animal in this JPA. Anyway, I just want to make that point that out to you here because a lot has been made about who should be the fiscal agent and things like that. Well, the way this JPA is structured is that is not the most critical piece here. And in fact, now there are a lot of critical pieces. And so really, truly, if you were to try and assume the power of the current operator, the town has in this arrangement, in essence, you'd have to control many different aspects of it that are virtually impossible at this point to control. For example, you know, that you'd keep all the employees, that you would also name the executive director, that you would also have, you know, total control of the board, on and on and on. Just a lot of things would have to sort of fall in place in order for any one party at this point to be in total control. Anyway, with that, I'd like to stand back. Of course, our attorney who helped draft this is here, and before I just turn it over to them, I will tell you that there are two sections that I myself, the wording is mine, and I won't blame the attorney for that, and that is the section that describes the board, and also the section that describes how people pay, including the idea of a base fee and then a demand charge, if you will. So that the idea was just to try and get everybody to pay a minimum amount so that they could vote and be on the board, and then the rest of it would be a matter of demand charge. Anyway, we're available for any questions, clarifications, and we'd love to hear how you would like to want us to weigh in on these issues.
Okay, council members, Councilmember
Um,
Gonzalez.
Mr. Mayor, with regards to the meeting that we had today with the dispatch personnel and staff, I think it would be the biggest injustice if we were to sign off on allowing them to go over on a 90-day probationary period, especially when we have employees with tenure, you know, that have a long-standing history with the town and have been dedicated employees with the town. The other issue that I have is with regards to how the structure would even work, being that their employees are unionized and we are not, and what that means to them. You know, we dispelled one of the rumors that was out there today, I think created by some of the county staff, that the dispatch employees themselves had signed petitions that would allow them to walk over to the county, and each one of them said no because of the fact that they couldn't, I mean, in themselves say we would walk over on a 90-day probationary period. You know, they've already been through their probationary period here with the town of Taos, and to send it back over that way, So I think first and foremost, out of this entire equation, the welfare of those employees needs to be extremely evaluated and looked at, and with regards to what happens to them.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Councilmember Peralta.
In looking at this JPA, there really is no 90-day probationary period.
I believe that's because it's our JPA, but they want provisions in there that would require us to dismiss the employees.
But
and then they would.
But even at that, you have to look at the union contract, and they can't go outside the union contract. If their union contract says that they shall have a 6-month or a 1-year probationary period, that's what they get. Because you can't undermine the union contract in order to get the employees over there. They have to come into that contract, or you're in violation of the contract. Now, I don't have any idea what that contract is. But I think one of the things that Oscar is bringing up is very important for us to look at. And that is that one of the provisions that he wants to have in here is that the employees go over under the same conditions that they were hired, or under what they're here in the town. That's one thing. But the other thing is that the 90-day probationary period really is a matter of if they were to take over in the MOU. If they don't take over in the MOU, that's a dead issue. And so it's really a matter then of what's in their union contract. And there has to be provisions because you can't violate their personal rights in transferring them over from what they have here in the town. So there's going to be some negotiation on that, and I think that can be solved fairly quickly. My concern is that if there is a weighted voting by the board, that it has to be a one man, one vote. It can't be voted that I have 3 votes and therefore here are my 3 votes. That's ridiculous. That's not weighted. So if the county wants to have weighted, then it should be that they have 3 different people who are sitting on the board that are weighted, or 2 compared to 1 for us, or whatever it might be. But that's the only way it works, and you need to work with a board that has an odd number so that there isn't the ability of anybody to have veto power over any other group. Those are just a couple of things. The finances, there's any number of different scenarios we can work out on that part, but I think if you just keep in mind what the MOU says, it's a fairly simple sort of procedure that you set up for your financing. It's just a matter of determining how you weigh the call volume in respect to each member that's on the board. So, and that goes back to another question that Oscar had, and that is concerned with, do you have to pay to play? And the county is saying in the first 2 years, 2 members don't have to pay to play. But after that, it's really a member responsibility of the board to make a determination as to how you pay to play.
Well, and
I'm trying to get, the point I'm trying to make here too is that when you structure the board, the control of the dispatch is really by who you hire as your director. And the board then oversees that person's direction and works with them to ensure that dispatch is being handled properly and the employees are being handled properly. And that's really the key, is that you take out the ability of any one organization to control over the rest of it. And you get it away from what we have now, which is really a contractual relationship that we control with the partners that are in there. And it changes that whole makeup to keep it all independent from the political powers.
Mr. Mayor, I think with regards to the weighted voting also, I mean, I think the thing that I could more commonly agree with is, the county's made it perfectly clear they want a weighted position within this board. But at the end of the day, I think with what's best interest for the emergency dispatch personnel is to maybe have the key players with regards to this board, a 9-member board, for example, still overseen by an executive committee that takes, input and direction from that board, where there is one equal vote amongst the concerned parties. And, back to the pay-to-play scenario, I don't feel that's right, because right off the bat, it leaves Taos Ski Valley without a vote, without even so much as a say, even with regards to the fact that, they're coming on board for the first 2 years, not having to put any compensation in. But I think with the overall intention of this is to take the dang politics out of this whole thing and make it about emergency services and emergency dispatch. And this whole weighted, JPA that the county's digging for puts it right back into perspective of it still continuing to be a political battle. And, I think it's something that I've personally stuck out there that I will remove myself out of the political equation when it comes to emergency services and emergency dispatch. And I think with regards to that, so let the makeup of the board be the way the makeup of the board is, but I think it should be the party players, police chief, fire chief, the director of emergency services dispatch, and the SO office that makes that ultimate and final decision as to the direction of how this board executes their plans. But I think to have it right back into the same scenario where we have 3, you have 2, I mean, it's almost, to me, seems nonsense, because we're right back at the dang political game that we all said this isn't about. And so, I mean, if it's their true feelings, and as it is mine, to take the political, ramifications of being an elected official and the weight that we hold out of the equation for the best concerns of this community, then so be it, and put it back in the hands of the professionals that actually do this work on a daily basis.
Okay. I'd like to acknowledge Mark Patrick from the Village of Ski Valley, administrator, no stranger to this council chambers, of course. Thank you for being here. Is there any other comments? You want to make a comment? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, council members, listening audience, I've always made the argument that an 85% solution today is better than a 100% solution tomorrow. In the case of this JPA, we're 99.99999% there. It includes the JPA, it includes the MOU. Now we got another request from the county for 4 additional points. 2 of those critical points are the weighted voting, and the second one is the transfer of the employees on a 90-day probationary period. I fully, totally do not support either of those. To me, those are non-negotiable. We got to draw the line on the sand someday. We got to make a decision. We can't be bouncing this ping pong ball back and forth for the next 10, 12 months. It's just not working. We need to approve this as is, and the commission either takes it or they don't. I mean, with all due respect, we've done enough. We're not going to compromise our employees. They're good employees. This weighted voting, in my opinion, is a conspiracy to eventually move the dispatch center from its current location to the old planning department building. That's what it is, folks. They want control so that they can move it. That's not the point. In fact, maybe council ought to consider taking this JPA MOU and saying command center will not be moved from its present location for 10 years. Food for thought.
Councilmember Silva.
I just want to make a few comments. I do believe that we're heading in the right direction. For too long now, we've needed to make some changes with regards to the PSAP and the dispatch, and creating a board is the way to go. And I think with the diversification that we're going to have on this board as proposed that's before us, I think we're going to be in pretty good shape. I believe that there may be some hidden agendas on the part of the county. I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but it just doesn't seem quite right that they want weighted voting, and I too oppose that. I also would like to say that I believe that those employees need to be held harmless, whichever direction we go. They've been valuable to this organization, and I know that they like what they do, and they're good at it, and I think we just need to give them the tools to be able to become better at their jobs, and we'll all be the benefactors of that. Thank you.
Thank you. The concern I have here, I agree that we need to approve a joint powers agreement already. We've been dealing with this thing since 2001, and it seems like the more we negotiate our way out of that negotiation. And I got to tell you that I get frustrated with the level of negotiating strategies that the county has demonstrated towards the town. We don't know who we're negotiating with. When their manager tells me one thing, it's because one commissioner is supportive of that, and at the end of the day, not all the commissioners support that. I find that out later. The issue that I have a really serious concern on is the weighted voting. This is specifically why we want to get out of the current JPA, because people feel the town is in control. And therefore, so many political elements breed into that. We want to get it out of our hands, get it into truly a collaborative effort where it's a joint powers agreement. That's what the definition of a joint powers agreement is, that it's done jointly. Now, the fact that the county is using that they pay 55% versus 45%, and that gives them the privilege to have a 45% weighted voting, I believe that we're at the table because the county represents over 35,000 residents. We represent 5,000. Look at the percentage difference there. The fact that they're only 10% more on the budget shows that we're at the table and we deserve an equal vote. The tactic that I think that is getting us into a predicament that where you have to just wonder if the political element is in there is because they have this thing in there, and I'll get to the BLM before I close my comments here, but where they're to get a commissioner's vote, and it's been told to me that they have to offer Cuesta free to come in. One commissioner says, well, then it's not fair to Taos Ski Valley. So we're looking at it, well, if you're giving, as a county, you're giving it to all the municipalities, well, we're your municipality, why is it that, we're not getting that consideration? And we're not asking for that consideration, but we see the politics involved in it. Now, they're saying now they wanted weighted voting, but for the first 2 years, Taos Ski Valley and Cuesta, primarily Cuesta, will come in free. Well, who's not going to consider that, And they want in the JPA something that says that if you don't pay, then you don't get a vote. Then who has the votes to start off? Right off the bat, the county has 3 votes, the town has 2 votes, and nobody else has any other vote. To me, that the intent of that, it smells of politics. There's nothing good that could come out of that. We're going to end up specifically in the same problem that we have now with the current JPA that we're operating under. So the weighted voting, at least, and I can understand where there's been some ideas thrown around that that make sense, that it shouldn't be an entity that has the votes. It should be represented by different people in the community. I believe that can be supported. I can see the merit in that. However, for the first 2 years, I think we need to be very careful because it's so politically entrenched that we need to get this where it's the best form of democracy that we can, equal voting for all entities, regardless of what the people you represent or the amount of money that you put into it. The employees, if it is a requirement of theirs to bring in their employees under the union, and it is a stipulation that they have to come in on probation, then we're asking today we saw a 15-year tenured employee, 18-year and 12-year. We're asking them to give up all the due process that's involved in the way we deal with employees, to come in on a temporary probationary status. It's not fair. It's not fair to an employee that has dedicated their livelihood to dispatch. So we would like to see what plan is there, if any, to address that. To me, I cannot support anything that removes their tenure and puts them at will for 90 days probation. Why do I have this concern? Because of the rumors that you hear, and that has been told to me point blank by the assistant manager, that some of the employees, they feel that they would do good at their own dispatch, but they have offered jobs to some of the other ones, and they want to kind of pick and choose what employees they want from there. So to me, the motivation by wanting weighted voting just does not sit right. I don't think we should support that in the form that they're defining it. I think that we need to approve a JPA that has all of the elements of their MOU. Keep in mind, aside from the only 10% less that we're paying, we're also paying for 100% of the lease purchase for the first 2 years. And that was the only way we can build consensus, because they made it about the building. Today, it still is about the building. Yesterday, I had a long conversation with one of the commissioners that says the only way that command center is going to work is if they could kick Carson out and we move to the top. Where is he getting? Show me a study that you made that solidifies that. Show me something. We've spent thousands and thousands of dollars to show that this is the best. What we did was the best thing for 911. Now they're coming up with this idea, and it just, to me, it's all about building. The meeting that they had, they directed the attorney to negotiate that it's weighted voting, that the employees have to be dismissed by the town. They get hired on probation. That was the direction. And right after that direction, to enter into a JPA, they approved $375,000 to renovate their planning department building, specifically for future dispatch that would house BLM and the Forest Service. We're getting a mixed message. I talked to the Forest Service dispatcher today, the supervisor, not today, last week, Mr. Buck Sanchez. He does not want to get entrenched in this political mess. However, he said it does seem compelling when they offer you $1 a year lease. I will not support my constituents subordinating a federally funded agency. BLM is federally funded. Why am I going to now offer them something free just to bring them in, and for political purposes? You can't do that. Offer them a good deal, offer them that collaboration, but $1 a year, what is the intent? What is the true intent? And clearly, our constituents here cannot subordinate a federally funded agency. So I think we need to approve a JPA, or at least move in that direction, but at some point, as one of the counselors mentioned, we need to just say, look, this is where we are, this is our final offer, we want to work with the county. We have no choice but to enter into the JPA. It is, idealistically, logistically, it would be a nightmare if they create another dispatch, not to mention the $200,000-300,000 a year we would lose. But I feel that this governing body in this town, we have done everything we can, and we've given their own MOU, and that MOU is implemented 100% verbatim into this JPA, but things keep changing. So at some point, we need to offer a JPA with open arms and say, this is what we will approve. When you're ready, we're ready to do business.
Draw the line in the sand.
Yep. Council members?
Mr. Mayor, I think with regards to everything that we've gone through, in concession, and the way some media sources portray it as, we were trying to be the bully. It wasn't that, nor was it my intention at all with regards to that. It was drawing to the conclusion that at the end of the day, we did need a joint powers agreement. It had nothing to do with a building or with Kit Carson Electric or anything else, but in the fact that we needed to serve our constituents a lot better than what we've been serving them. And, for me, it's hard to fathom how our constituency base in the municipality and outside of the municipality with regards to the county would allow the commission to sign off on an additional $2.4 million with the intention and with the full knowledge of losing to the tune of upwards of $300,000 to $400,000 a year in funding that we as taxpayers pay for every time we pay a cell phone bill, every time we pay a telephone bill. So for me, that just doesn't make sense, because in the time period of 3 to 4 years, we will have paid or lost that $2 million that they're willing to spend of taxpayer money that can go to road rehabilitation or some other justifiable purpose beyond the political fight that they're entrenching themselves in. And I 100% fully agree, Mr. Mayor, that we need to draw the line in the sand and ask, whether or not their intentions are whole and good, or at the end of the day, is this truly about Kit Carson Electric, Luis Reyes, and the Regional Command Center? because I don't think this has anything to do, nor within their foresight, see anything with regards to the constituency base that they serve. And you want to talk about Washington being out of touch with their constituents? This is no different. And that's an honest-to-God feeling of how I feel right now as far as we've gone back and forth between JPA, MOUs, because Washington's doing the exact same thing that they're willing to do to the county and the constituents of this county. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
I just want to clarify one thing that that there's out there in the community, and that is, that we bullied the county into this move. We tried for years and years, and this has been going on since before I was even elected to the council. This has been discussions, and I don't want to belabor the whole thing again, but when Oscar was hired, as soon as he hit the floor running, I said, Oscar, this is one thing we need to negotiate with the county, because we have $360,000 in the queue to receive for upgrades. We told them that several years before, I think it was in 2010, that in 2013, we were going to get upgrades and we need to make a decision where are we going to move. At that time, Kit Carson was still up. It was already up. It was already built. And the discussion of where we're going to move was still on the table because we wanted it to be inclusive. For a year, this council went back and said, okay, we're not even going to talk location. Let's form this JPA. Let the stakeholders decide where, based on the studies they received. We beat that horse to death. We kept going. Time kept coming on. We got a loud message, loud and clear from DFA. Make a choice. Where do you want to put it? Were we going to put it down in a rundown building that had no room for growth, or were we going to go with the only choice that we felt that we had already had? So we had to make that unilateral decision that our JPA allowed us to. And it was unilateral at the time, but before that, the studies that created this building was very inclusive of all entities. Now we're at a pivotal point again. I didn't want to enter into an MOU that stayed long and lasted 90 days like they wanted, and that's the reason why I've directed staff to bring a JPA as soon as we can, since we're there. As Councilmember Beta said, we're 99.9% there. A lot of work has been done. So Brian simply implemented the MOU into the JPA. Here we are only a few weeks afterwards. Why are we doing it this fast? Because we cannot wait 90 days to get a director at that facility. We need to do it ASAP. The instability that it creates, the uncertainty that it creates with employees and what have you, and we want the stakeholders to be inclusive of that. We want the Ski Valley to have an equal say in that. We want Cuesta, the county, everyone to have an equal say. Now we're getting to that point where the town is going to have to make that decision in the best interest of 911. We want it to be inclusive, but because of the delay, we're at that point. So I just wanted to make sure that that perception is that we've had to act based on their untimeliness and their inability to be decisive on the issue. So, council members, Oscar, what at this point, Brian, what are you looking for? Are you looking for an approval, a draft approval? Are you looking for solid direction?
I'm looking to go home.
Aside from that.
Maybe this will be like a blood pressure lowering pill for everyone here. We're meeting Friday. I believe on Friday we will conclude a draft of a JPA. We have incorporated, as the mayor and many of the councilmen have noted, the memorandum of understanding precepts. We are following the San Juan model, part of which is not to have elected officials on the board of directors. We understand the employees issue. It doesn't really sound like everyone in the county understands the employee issue. The county attorney understands the employee issue. There's really only one way that can come out, and you will see that in the final draft. The concept that either the Ski Valley, which they have never asked to do, by the way, I have to say the Ski Valley has never, during my involvement in this, asked to pay nothing, ever. And the draft that you will see does not have a free lunch for anyone. And not to wax poetic about it, but it's just literally impossible to explain why one group of people in the county should not pay for 911 services while everyone else does. So everyone is going to pay something. Weighted voting, I think, is probably a hot button issue. I think when this body has a chance to see what I expect to be the final proposal as to that, that it will be acceptable. Ultimately, one of the things that needs to be foremost in people's mind is that weighted voting or no, there are certain economic realities that control here. The town and the county and Cuesta and the Ski Valley simply don't have the money to put a budget of multiple millions of dollars into the dispatch center. There is nothing about this joint powers agreement that interferes with this council's ability to appropriate whatever amount of money that it feels is adequate and necessary. The same is true for the county, the Ski Valley, and the village. There still continues to be, I've heard this week at a meeting that from what is an extremely unreliable source, that all of the town's current dispatch employees have executed a petition and delivered it to the county that they're dying to be transferred to the county. I have not talked to any of our dispatch folks. I don't know whether that's true or not. I suspect it's not. So there's a lot of posturing going on still. However, we have made extremely solid progress this week in the negotiations. The village of Cuesta has involved their legal counsel. We had a meeting that she was at this week. She'll attend the meeting on Friday, probably by telephone. At any rate, the bottom line is, I think very shortly, could be as early as next week, we will have a draft that will be able to be recommended to the county by the county attorney and will be able to be recommended to this body by myself, Cuesta by Cuesta's lawyer, and the Ski Valley by the Ski Valley's lawyer. But we're very aware of the employees issue. It's not reasonable to expect folks to be merged into a different employee regime than they're used to, especially if there's a loss of rights. The weighted voting, I think, will be acceptable if the proposal that's on the table that has been tentatively accepted and makes it into the final draft will be more than acceptable to this council. And there is no provision for any community to participate for free, not even for a day, in the existing draft and the model that we're working on. So I'm way more encouraged, perhaps, and you guys sound like you are, but I've been more involved with this than you have. We have not bandied about any of the give and take. We are very close, I believe, to an agreement that can be recommended by all legal counsel to their respective governing bodies, and we expect to deliver that much quicker than probably anticipated. Like I say, we're meeting on Friday morning, and that meeting is to go through the final draft and take the bugs out of it, so we feel we're that close.
Brian, can you explain to me the weighted voting? I thought that and the employees were not negotiable, because the commission had directed the attorney, this is what we want, and the attorney has been, and our concern has been, so there's no negotiations. You're stating this is the way it's going to be, take it or leave it, and now I'm hearing that there may be a solution. What is that solution?
The council will perhaps recall during the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was a letter that came from the Soviet Union to the United States, which the United States chose to ignore in an effort to not turn the heat up on the situation. Notwithstanding people's political views, there's only one thing that works with the employees, and it will be in this agreement. And there's only one thing that works with weighted voting, and that will be in this agreement. And nobody is getting a free ride because that doesn't work, and that will not be in this agreement. So we have, following the MOU precepts and the San Juan model and just the basic realities of life relative to the employees, have reached a tentative agreement that we believe can be recommended by each of the attorneys for each of the respective bodies. And beyond that, I'd rather not comment. It's sort of like watching sausage being made. You don't really want to do that if you ever want to eat it again.
So what is the weighted voting structure that you think can be accepted by their negotiating team?
Well, I think the outline of it, the raw outline of it will be that there will be no members of the county commission or the town council on a 7-member panel. There would be 3 employees or 3 representatives of Taos County, 2 representatives for the town, 1 each for Cuesta and the Taos Ski Valley, and that body would be made up of no elected officials with the possible exception of the county sheriff, but would be made up of people who deliver these services day in and day out in an effort to depoliticize the process and to put the people that need to use the system in charge of the system, hopefully to its benefit.
And I guess because of the politically entrenched nature of this, if they're employees of any entity and they have weighted voting, we've seen what has happened when that judicial complex wouldn't be there had Commissioner Blankenhorn, then attorney, stood his ground and made a recommendation. We're not going to go there. He got fired because of that, and because 2 commissioners didn't agree with his stance on an issue. So my concern is that if we have 3 members that are employees, so who are the 3 employees? If one of them is an elected official, if it's a sheriff, then there's a little bit more ease on that. But who would be the 3 employees? But if they're under the complete purview out of the county manager, who is under the purview of the commissioners, politically, it could be, the politics can creep into that issue.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I can take the 100% of the politics out of this, because it's not possible. I think when this council sees the potential makeup of this board, it is most likely to be professionals who deliver police or fire services, and whether or not that's is going to cause politics to creep into this, I don't know, but it seems unlikely that politics will be 100% out of it. But we're trying to fashion a situation where the folks that use the services, the police and fire, are the folks that are operating.
Mr. Mayor? Brian, thanks for your thorough analysis. Sure. Mr. Mayor, what if we switch the funding to 50-50 between the town and the county, and we have equal votes? I mean, this 45-55 is what's driving that.
I think that until we know the call volume and appropriate the level of funding to each entity based on that, with that data, for the first 2 years, I think we have to have equal voting. I just believe that there's too much room for something to go wrong, and for only 10% under that we're funding, when dispatch is utilized a lot more than from the county, percentage-wise, more than that.
65%.
At a minimum. 65%.
Yeah, that chart I sent you, I did the basic calculations depending on whether or not you use a calendar year or fiscal year. We're at 35% or 36% of the total call volume. So for us to buy off on 50% would lock us into that. And you can imagine, I mean, hopefully this JPA will live 50 years, but that distribution will change over the years. And so, to more likely than not, if things go out the way they are right now, the call volume in the county would perhaps even grow. On the other hand, if we are able to say the annexation word more often, then it might grow the other way. I'm just saying, at this point, if you just would call volume, we would be up for only 35% of the bill.
Mr. Mayor and Oscar, given what you just said, if you do the math on the call volume versus the budget, I bet you it's pretty equal.
Oh, no.
Did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not explaining myself. And
We're paying 45% of the bill.
Oh, no,
but
we
only
are.
have 35% of the call volume.
Yes, sir.
If we do the math, it could very well be that we're contributing our fair share of 50% and they're doing 50%, which means that negates the justification for the weighted voting.
Well, right now, the current JPA, we pay 50%, but under what's in the MOU, we would go down to 45% and 55%. Now that math is pretty bad actually, because if you think about it, just do basic math here. They're capped at $372,000, and if that is 55% of a number, then what corresponds to us is about $305,000. Now, I've heard different kinds of interpretations of what are all the numbers that go on there that somehow, raise it, put the numbers back up a little higher, but still, we our share would be a much lower one at 45%. At 35% of the call volume, such that what corresponds to us is 35% of the budget, then it would be, even shorter still. We would be seeing like more than $100,000 savings there.
So, Oscar, if we take the total call volume and divide it into the total cost, and we get a price per call, and we multiply it times the county's call volume and the towns, I bet you we're paying more than our fair share.
We are paying more than our fair
Which
share.
means that negates their justification for this, we want 2 or 3 votes. There's no logic behind their idea that they should have more votes. It's a motive, and it's wrong.
Well, there's probably a distinct lack of logic in the MOU that we're following. And I guess I'm hoping now that this doesn't cost me my job. I would ask that you not dig in on the weighted voting idea till you see it, and then you also have to consider what does it really impact relative to budgeting. The Joint Powers Agreement entity is going to get what this council budgets. They're not going to get more, they're not going to get less, and there's no place to go for anyone to order you to pay more than you feel like you should pay. So that aspect is self-limiting. Relative to the other issues regarding weighted voting, I suppose the choice of an executive director is an important choice. No matter who is operationally responsible, it seems as though that's in everyone's best interest to have a competent individual relative to moving the building or moving the dispatch from one building to another. There are financial constraints that exist there, and there also would be the common sense of 7 folks who would be wrestling with that decision. Relative to the first 2 years, we expect to append an exhibit to the proposed JPA that would define people's responsibilities for that 2-year period. So before, I would hate to think that there's somehow, because of weighted voting or the alternative of one man, one vote, that is a deal breaker, because the way this works and the way budgeting works, it should not be a deal breaker, because weighted voting in this instance is just simply not that monumental. These guys cannot order you to pay money you don't want to pay, ever.
But they can make decisions that aren't in the best interest of health, safety, and welfare within that. budget.
Well, I mean,
if we
any
have a
board of
majority.
7 members can make good decisions or bad
Yeah.
decisions or medium decisions.
So I guess my concern is that we've conceded all of these issues and we're ready to move forward, and they've thrown in this weighted voting. And I'm hearing from two messages from the county manager that Cuesta is not coming in for free, and then no, they are coming in for free because we need to get support from the commissioners. And they want the budget capped at 371, but it can't include the budget for the lease. We have to pay for that by ourselves. So there are all these concessions that we're doing, and all we're saying is that, okay, but we can't have the weighted voting. And I guess I need to hear from the council, because I'd hate for a document to come back that has weighted voting. I know you're saying it's not that significant. I know by the Bateman Act, we could say, hey, we only have 200,000 this year. You know, they can't force us to do it. However, I just want to make sure that that you also know your parameters when we're negotiating, that from what I'm hearing is that the majority of the council doesn't support the weighted voting in the manner that they have presented it. I know that you have structured it in a different way, but we're concerned on what that means for the first 2 years. And we have to make sure that all entities pay into it, so that the allegiance that Cuesta, for example, who are they going to give their vote to for those first 2 years if the county is subsidizing them? And if the county wants them to come in free, are we having to pick up that portion of that tab on this JPA? So it really convolutes the whole thing, the fact that somebody is coming in free or not. So we need to clarify in this JPA, everybody is going to pay, and this is what they're going to pay, because there's some commissioners that think that Cuesta's coming in at no charge. And I've heard that loud and clear from the mayor of Cuesta. I've heard that from their interim director, interim administrator, that it's hard to get support, not necessarily against the county, but to go in this direction when the county's operating on whatever we do, we're going to give it to you free. They're looking at it from their budget, and you can't blame them.
Well, and I understand that. Again, without going into the sausage-making aspect of this, when we met on Monday for several hours, Cuesta never requested to be in for free. And I don't know what the guy's name is, Mr. Mays. Sure. I don't know what his position is, interim or acting, or maybe he's village man. I don't know what he is. He seemed to have some authority. At any rate, and their attorney did not express an interest in the Cuesta participating at zero. As a matter of fact, it was Cuesta's attorney suggestion that we append this exhibit so that Cuesta would have an idea what it was going to pay. The Ski Valley would have an idea what it was going to pay. I don't think that there's going to be any provision where if you don't pay, you don't get to vote. This needs to be collaborative. So I don't think that the council's going to be that disappointed with this draft that you're presented with. And certainly if you are, just vote no.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Gonzalez.
if I could, I think, with regards to what Brian's telling us, and in the fact that in his confidence, in which I place a lot of the decisions I make, in the confidence that he brings to the decisions we need to make as council, I guess I wouldn't have a problem at this point continuing and allowing Brian to work through these details, to kind of see. I'll say right now, I'm not a fan of the weighted voting, but under Brian's scenario, I think maybe it may just be a moot point.
And my position is, I'd like to see what that weighted voting has and what the dynamics are for the first 2 years, and are they going to sneak in this no vote, for the first 2 years? And I know you're saying that.
I'm really hard to sneak something past in an agreement, Mayor.
Well,
really hard.
No. Once a final agreement, yes, but when you're negotiating there, then they say no, but we'll only sign this until this is going on. So I just want to make sure that if it's a weighted voting, that there's no caveats on the first 2 years, and that it puts the town all the parties, for that matter, in the same predicament that we've been since 1997, where one party dominates. So I trust you, Brian.
Well, I mean, you have to trust me. I mean, the premise that we're working under is that No one should have unilateral control. I mean, we have had that. I don't know what benefit we ever got from it. It seems like all we ever do is get beat up about it, and we very rarely get paid. So, I mean, this is not a real good job. But we start with the premise that system was broken, and that's why we're trying to fix it. And so I don't know what the political folks are saying. I don't listen to the county commissioners. I guess I should listen to one. One must represent me because I live in the county. But I don't really listen to them. We're putting together an agreement that makes sense relative to the employees. There's only really one way out relative to the weighted voting. We're trying to put it in the hands of professional police and fire folks, remove the elected officials from that board, and there's never been any discussion. I mean, the county attorney did start with this pandering on Monday that maybe we should offer you guys zero. Frankly, the people from Cuesta didn't even seem to take that seriously. And like I say, I've never heard the Ski Valley express anywhere that they thought they should pay zero. And, you know, so we asked Mr. Malone, what am I supposed to say to my constituents in the town when they ask the question, why is it that we're paying for 911 and Cuesta is not and the Ski Valley is not? And, you know, there's no answer to that. So that's not going to be there. Obviously, you guys will have every chance to go through this with a fine-tooth comb, and if they've slipped something past, you know, I'm certainly not infallible, then we'll fix it. And at the end of the day, if we recommend something that you don't like, you know, no is as good a vote as yes.
Sure.
So you have complete control over that.
And what I want to say, it's already late, we need to get home already. I just want an agreement that we can put this behind us, that all of us can be proud of, that now we've gotten the politics out of, that we model a agreement that works, a model for first and foremost, something that's going to be approved by the state, and get this behind us. So I think the longer we let this go, the longer we're going to get calls as elected officials from commissioners. No, that's not what I understand. And that's precisely what we're hearing it from the policymakers, that we don't know if they have the 3 votes or, you know, so that's why we're bringing up these concerns. So I would like to get a JPA that you're comfortable with, that you can recommend. Set up a meeting as soon as we can, this body, so that we can approve it and say, we're good with this, here it is. Because if we keep this going on, then you have the outside faction getting into this and convincing some commissioners, well, no, we need to move upstairs, we need to do this, we need to do that, it's in the floodplain. You start hearing all this stuff, and it really convolutes the ability to get forward with it.
Well, we understand that, and that's why Friday we were meeting for the second time this week, face-to-face. I don't know how many times I've been on the phone with these folks. We are very close, and we understand that the time is not helping this process, and we are trying to wrap this up in a way that we have a JPA that people 25 years from now can live with, 50 years from now can live with, and more importantly, in the next 5 weeks, you guys can live with.
One other point I absolutely need to hear from you, and that is the way people pay into this. The draft that you have there is my proposal. You know, what the MOU said very generally was that it be based on call volume. Well, there's many different ways to calculate that. And what you have there is a formula, at least that I could, from the business standpoint, recommend to you. If you vary very much from that, you change the cost to a lot of people. For example, if it's 100% call volume, Ski Valley ends up paying something less than $2,000 because they only have about 170 calls a year. But of course, the way a system like this works is you pay to have it in the event that you need it, not on a call basis. It's like insurance. And so what you have there is a basic concept where everybody pays an equal amount, and then from that point on, it's based on call volume. Now, by that calculation, though, 5%, minimum of 5% split 4 ways means everybody pays $9,500, $9,600, and then from that point on, it's call volume. Ski Valley, by current numbers, Ski Valley's cost would be around what they're paying right now, maybe a couple of $1,000s higher, depending, again, how we make those things, make those calculations. In the case of Cuesta, their cost would be about $40,000 because they generate about 5% of the call volume. Now, another thing to take into account here is how you count those calls. If those calls are counted only inside the town limits, then our percentage goes down even further. Last year we had about 8,000 calls. 570 of those were fire calls, and many of those were outside the town limits. And so there's different ways that you can calculate those different sorts of things. And that's a calculation at this point. I as your town manager, am not willing to just delegate, to a matter of a conversation among the lawyers. I think it's a very basic business decision. I'd like to hear what you guys think about that. I mean, there you have my recommendation generally about how some of that stuff goes. Ultimately, this is very expensive. In the future, it could get a lot more expensive. We're dealing with that right now.
See, before we have that discussion, it's important to understand that this is another thing, sort of like the employees. There aren't really a lot of ways to do this. You basically, then what you will see in this draft, in this final draft of a JPA, will be that these are calculated by where the service is delivered. If it's delivered within the municipal boundaries of Taos, it's a Taos thing. Cuesta, it's a Cuesta thing. Everywhere else, it's the county, well, it's Ski Valley. And then everywhere else is the county. The problem being that we have overlapping areas of responsibility for police, different ones for fire, and different ones still for ambulance service. And as you try to figure out how you can do this other than have the call volume determined by municipal boundaries, it becomes almost impossibly complicated. We have, I don't know, what's the number of fire departments we have? 18?
14.
14. So they have varying responsibilities, ambulance service. I mean, you can get dizzy listening to the guy from Cuesta explain their ambulance service and between them and Amalia. So anyway, that one is one of those that just doesn't lend itself to negotiation. There's really only one way to do it. Or else when you're up in Los Alamos, you're going to have to ask for some time on the supercomputer so we can figure out who's doing what to who among all these overlapping jurisdictions.
So the employees, Brian, are going to have to remain town of Taos employees, and through attrition, they can migrate then as they hire additional. That's the only one. That's the
only way it works.
And that's what I have told. I have told that to a commissioner that's the only way it works. And no, Steve has it figured out. We're going to bring them in on temporary.
No, he doesn't.
It's not going to work.
It's the only way it works. We have an agreement on that with the county attorney. I mean, they have labor contracts. There's prohibited practices in the state of New Mexico that you can't do things. I mean, there's just, if there was another way, we'd discuss it. There just isn't.
So, again, the question of how you calculate the way the money is spent, I have a recommendation there about at least how you keep the costs more or less kind of where they start out, where they are right now. If it's 100% call volume, again, some people get nothing. We'll put hardly anything into it at all, and you may see the county, going above 70% of the total bill for that.
So
depending on how it goes.
On this proposal that you have here that kind of gets us close to where we're at now, do they have an alternative solution on, other than, hey, we want to be capped, Cuesta comes in free? That's the only alternative that I've heard as far as budget. Do they have an alternative or do they have a suggestion on the JPA how we should proportion the budget?
Yeah, well, they caved in on the zero number for any participating community. So then we looked at the original draft had the this base amount that you had to pay. In that sense, it was originally, if you didn't pay this base amount, you didn't get to vote. We sort of abandoned the don't get to vote process, but I think everyone has agreed that there is a cost to having access to this system that probably exceeds just the raw call volume. I mean, there's, you know, it costs something to have the building there, it costs something to have the equipment in it, it costs something for the people. So I don't think straight call volume is going to be the answer. There's going to have to be some sort of a base fee, and then call volume obviously will play a factor. Hopefully that we can sign this blessed thing and turn this over to the professionals that know how to do this, or at least that deliver the services, and then I really believe that a lot of these things, as we've discovered in the process of negotiating this JPA, a lot of them have really obvious answers, and many of them only have one answer. And so we have a lot of, I know there's been a lot of speculating about, well, this, that, and the other thing, but when you actually sit down, roll up your sleeves, and talk about this in a coherent way, this is not, there's not tons of choices here.
So this is what I thought was going to happen on the first 2 years. We're going to have a set budget. And then during that first 2 years, the board would recommend how this would happen. So really, we can give some ideas in this JPA, but this is, you know, we need to let the board handle that and recommend what each budget amount is. And we have the right to say that works or that's not within our budget. And I think knowing historically what our budget has been, they're going to take all that into consideration, what it takes, where do we want to go, what is our long-term plan. We want to raise the salaries there, we want to add additional staff, so that's going to have implications too. So for us to try to resolve that issue here is premature, and I think that needs to be in the JPA, that the only thing we've decided on the budget is for the first 2 years, you're capped, and we want to keep the budget within this amount, that's it.
Mr. Mayor, and I think with regards to that too, the whole purpose in creating the JPA was to allow the board to go out and seek alternative funding on their own as well, you know, to make themselves their own whole entity, you know. And I get the startup process of this JPA with regards to the 2 years that you're talking about, but you know, I do think that within the 2 years, the JPA board will take over full with decision, and there won't be a political weight in there anymore.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I apologize to you. I know it's late. We all want to go home. But I do want to tell you this. Something you said earlier, Mayor, I just think I need to, I just feel a duty to underscore here, and that is we do, the 911 Center needs a director as soon as possible. We have been doing we've been doing without a director there for many years. About 7-8 months ago, I asked Abigail to step in as the acting director, really focusing on the relocation. We are now relocated. It just made no sense to try and push for new business practices there, seeing as how there were going to be changes possibly, et cetera, because of the JPA, because of the new location, et cetera. Well, we're there now. And one thing that's very clear to us now, 7 months later, is that is a full-time, weighty job, even for a veteran director. It is a full-time, weighty job. You have to be there all the time. I mean, everything from just making the employees abide by protocol, doing quality control, just even rudimentary quality control steps, et cetera. Making sure that just all the regular business is done from maintenance agreements for the equipment that we have there, to just new procedures for people to get it in and out, et cetera, and just to keep things going. Someone needs to be there full time, and I can assure you, if we got a veteran person there, that person would be working really hard full time for at least a couple of years until everything started flying straight. Mr. Mayor, I just feel very uncomfortable going much longer here without a director. We have been very fortunate. Nothing terrible has happened over there, but I think we are tempting fate. Now, I raised this to the stakeholder at the stakeholders meeting. Of course, the executives from the county were not there. Encuesta was not there. Ski Valley was there. Among the people that are there, there was general agreement that we should go forward. The invitation that was made by the county representatives that were there was that I make the same pitch to the county commissioners at the next county commission meeting. I accepted. And so with me that Tuesday also, I guess at that meeting, was accepted to go to that meeting is Mark as the administrator for Ski Valley. And so that we would make this pitch to him. Look, even if they would be willing to appoint an interim board, at least for the sake of naming the new director, so this person could move forward. And so we'll be doing that. Now, again, we are not in the strongest position we should be with that board, with that operation without a director.
So let's do this. Let's Brian, if you could give us a brief, send a brief to the manager how your meeting goes on Friday. If we feel that we're really close to getting that, then we'll invite the county to be a part of this process for the hiring process. If you feel that it's going south, then we need to send a letter to the county letting them know that we are going to contemplate making that decision. We want to be inclusive about it, but we have to conduct business. So let's see how that meeting goes on Friday, and then we'll have a meeting internally, and that's the way we can call a special meeting if we need to do that. Okay.
I'll be delighted to give you a progress report. I hope it's a positive one, and it's going to sound really crazy to you guys, but I think that the job description for the executive director is way more important than weighted voting.
Okay. Thank you.
One final question I have on that, and that concerns exactly what you just said, and that is, do we have a job description for the director?
Yes, sir. And we've advertised on way back in the spring. We advertised just to see how we could progress.
Has that job description been released to the other partners?
Yes. In fact, before it went to the other partners, it was sent to them, and we got their comments. And we took about 2 months of going back and forth on what that just. Yes, sir. Even before we advertised it, and they approved advertising it. Now
you're talking about the stakeholders under the current JPA or county manager and whoever else?
Well, the county manager never goes to these meetings. He always sends used to only send the assistant county manager who's been involved with this many more years. So he was engaged. He gave us input on that. Also, the other stakeholders from Ski Valley and from Cuesta. At that time, the administrator at that time, the police chief at that time, et cetera. Okay. So we believe it's well vetted. We have, by the way, shared it again with them.
And acceptable, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
And we've shared it again with them. It's with them now. We asked for their comments on that. And it's just pointless to advertise it if we can't answer the basic questions. When will you make the decision? Who will make the decision? And it would be counterproductive to even go forward with it without those answers.
Okay. Anything else? Next item. What is the pleasure of the council?
Move for adjournment, Mr. Mayor.
Motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Good night.